Hello there, folks. Welcome back. You're watching RPG Limit Break 2023, coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are ready now with our next run, which is going to be Pokemon Legends Arceus with halqery. Please take it away.
Hello, my name is halqery. I am the current world record holder for Pokemon Legends Arceus Any%, and today I'm going to be taking you through this run with my co-commentators. They want to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Razor's Edge. I don't actually run this game. I have not learned it yet.
Good enough. But neither does Sfeel, is it? Sfeel.
No,
All right.
Sfeel does not.
Yeah, so Razor and Sfeel are going to be taking us through this. And we're going to be playing in English. The time's not started yet. The time starts when I confirm my character. Speaking of the character, I'm going to need that character name very, very, very soon.
No problem. Just let us know when you need it.
Well, now is fine because we have to start the run.
Okay, no problem. We have, with a total of $50 donated towards it, Hustler, capital H-U-S-T-L-E-R.
Perfect. Okay.
And
So I'm going to be picking the girl because it's slower and I'm built different. Oh, I picked the wrong button. I've changed off
That's
symbols.
the objectively correct choice, though.
It's slower because the male rival talks so much more. He over-explains every aspect of the game, whereas the female rival, oh my god, I don't remember her name. Oh my god, I don't remember her name. But she explains things a lot more concisely. Akari, that's what it was. I was thinking Akira, but I'm like, that's not right. Okay, are you guys ready on time?
You run this game, you should know that.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, yeehaw.
Good luck.
Okay. So, the premise of this game, if you're not familiar with it, you are a trainer that resides in present-day Sinnoh, and you are isekai'd by Truck-kun back to a world of yesteryear. About 300 years before, I think, the game takes place. And
Right.
we're kind of watching that take place right now. This cutscene is skippable, but it's really good, so I like to always show it off when I do this in marathons. So the biggest difference between this run and the ORAS run that you guys saw earlier this week, there will be significantly less battles in this run. This game is very not battle-oriented. It's more of an action RPG, which more revolves around catching and interacting with wild Pokemon by doing tasks such as feeding, and seeing them use moves, catching them without being spotted, stunning them even. And that will be the crux of like game progression, is us accomplishing these research points. So.
Yeah, research points becomes huge because you need a certain amount of research to progress from different areas.
Right, so we'll need 500 points to get out of just the first day even. And then we'll need 1,800 to get out of the first area. Need 3,500 to get out of the second area, and so on. Eventually culminating in us needing 8,500 points to beat the game. And a single research task gives you 10 points, and a double point research task gives you 20 points. And as soon as you have accumulated 100 points on a Pokemon, you have reached rank 10 of that Pokemon's research, and they give you a bonus 100. So the main routing, goal is to get as many Pokemon to rank 10 as possible to cash in on that 100 point bonus as many times as we possibly can, just to help us get to that 8,500 as fast as possible. As for techniques and movement techniques, we're actually going to be coming up on our first movement technique very, very, very shortly here. Normally when you run into a cutscene trigger, the game has to stop you out of your running animation, and it takes a very long time. However, if you, right before reaching the cutscene trigger, if you crouch and then walk into the cutscene trigger, all the game has to do is stand you up. So it's a faster animation that saves about 0.7 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but we do it about 30 times throughout the run, so it adds up to about 20 seconds or more. 1 second every time if you do it perfectly. So that's a lot of time added up. All right, I'm going to go ahead and set some settings. I just changed my my camera sensitivity to maximum. There's the crouch cancel right there. And I guess I'll show failing it so you can see the animation difference. See, that was the animation that I'm trying to skip, is the basically buckling your heels and actually stopping yourself from the run. And this is the Arc phone. It's, you know, a gift of goodwill for Arceus, just kind of plopping us, you know, out here without really our permission, and you know, just having us solve his problems.
Just casually give you a phone when you're way back in the.
That was
Pokémon
actually
version of
our
yours.
phone. That was destruction of property. I just remembered. In that opening cinematic, you saw him take our phone and turn it into that garbage. Like, I'm sure we should be able to file a claim for that. Anyways, the 3 starters in this game are not the Sinnoh starters that you may think, because Sinnoh is a newly settled land, so their starters brought over from other regions. You know, Oshawott from Unova, Rowlet from Alola, and Cyndaquil from Johto. Now, each of them has like their own benefits. And for the longest time, this run used Oshawott as the starter, because the main issue in early days of routing was who can get past the Ursaluna boss in the second area. And the answer was not Cyndaquil. So the answer came down to between Oshawott and Rowlet, actually. But actually, as of now, the correct answer is Cyndaquil, and we'll get into why later. We're going to have some tech here. I'll explain after I do it. I got it. I did not. Okay, so right there, as soon as I caught Oshawott, I was waiting to time the throw at Rowlet exactly when Oshawott got in the ball. Because if I get this shake right here that the Pokeball does, I can kind of multitask that with the professor's dialogue of Oshawott getting in the ball while I'm waiting for Rowlet to break out, because Rowlet will always break out once. So it would have saved me about 4 seconds to get the shake during the professor's dialogue than it would have for me to obviously have to throw another ball and wait for it to break out and then watch him talk about the breakout. But yeah, that was a pretty thorough introduction of catching Pokemon in this game. I guess for right now, if we have any messages to read or anything, now's a great time because we're just, you know, getting some lore and world building.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. In an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we would encourage our chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives, such as crazy, insane, nuts, mental, or bonkers, when describing situations that are extraordinary. We would ask you to be mindful of the language you use, as many people do not even realize these are pejoratives. Instead, consider using words such as bananas, wild, extraordinary, superb, amazing, or ridiculous. We greatly appreciate your cooperation in this and hope that you can carry this forward in your everyday lives. Thank you very much. Back to you.
So we get here, and you know, everyone's dressed a certain way. This is kind of modeled after like feudal Japan, and we're dressed how we're dressed. So it's kind of you know, we're turning heads, and we're not sure why, because this is casual dress in today's society. And you know, we're just gonna be walking the professor here. He's really impressed with us. You know, we don't really have anywhere to go, and everyone's just gonna be kind of making like snide comments. You know, never seen that child here before. That's quite the outfit. Where'd you come from? You know, everybody has something to say. Yeah, this first part is a little bit of an auto-scroller. You know, not much we can really do to speed things up, aside from the crouch cancels I had mentioned, and the starter catching skip that I attempted and failed. But it is an RNG thing. I was only 60% to get it. That's fine. It was only 4 seconds as well. Okay, so now we have control of the character again. We're going to go for another crouch cancel here. This one's very hard because the flag of the wallflower, the building we're going to, kind of obstructs my view a little bit. Okay, got it. And I did like a first-person zoom in there because it's my own headcanon / superstition that the waterfall kind of lags the game, or the water wheel. So every time I go over the bridge, I always go into first person just to make sure that doesn't happen. I mean, I also run Scarlet and Violet, so I'm used to having to avoid lag and look at different things. So
Wait, you mean this game doesn't run at 2 FPS?
It does not. It runs about twice the speed of Scarlet and Violet, if you didn't know. But yeah, We're meeting Ray, our rival for this game, resident talker. And yeah, he's like suspicious of why we're here. And the professor is just amused and absolutely enthralled by the fact that we caught 3 Pokemon at once. Unheard of. Actually unheard of. Nobody's ever done that before. And I thought it was pretty easy. And nobody else is convinced. So they're going to have us do a trial to see if we're allowed to stay in the Galaxy team, which is what this team is called. Otherwise, they make it very blatant that they're just going to send us out and they actually say we will probably die. The first time they've been that brutally honest in a Pokemon game is like, Pokemon will kill you. They actually will kill you because they're ferocious. Pokemon and humans have not quite bonded yet. So it's very much a new thing for like companionship between people and Pokemon.
Yeah, you may notice a lot of similarities between this and the original like Diamond, Platinum, and Pearl games. So like Team Galactic is actually basically the Galactic team here.
Yeah, the Galaxy team. And you'll notice people look like certain characters from Diamond and Pearl as well.
Yep.
Like, you know, our friend Ray here looks a lot like Lucas from Diamond and Pearl. And, well, the professor doesn't look like anybody, but he's allegedly from Galar. So there might be a character in Galar he looks like. I played that game once.
Hmm?
In Sword and Shield. He's allegedly from the Galar region. I read that. Anyways, so while they're giving us this trial, they're giving us some temporary shelter in this empty house. And that's pretty much what we're doing right now. This game does start very, very, very slowly. And it is kind of like the pain point of doing multiple attempts. Is that it takes 12 minutes roughly for us to get our starter. And then it takes like 22 minutes to be finally like pretty much freed from the shackles of tutorial land. So it's a slow start, but it's such a fun and rewarding run, I think. Because no 2 runs are ever the same. Because we always have to, you know, focus on getting the exact amount of points we need to get to the end. And our paths to the end will always differ because encounter rates and stuff like that just change from run to run. Like sometimes I'll get a Vulpix in Area 3, sometimes I won't. Sometimes I'll get like 5 Haunters and I have to pick between them in Area 4, and sometimes I'll get no Haunters, which is 2%. So every run I have to adapt on what I get in front of me.
It's one of the few Pokemon games, Let's Go being the other, that's very different in that aspect. Just spawn rates completely dictate how your run goes.
Yeah, so you may have noticed when I walked into that house, I accidentally just muscle memory just tried to crouch cancel it. That's what the technique is called, where you crouch and, you know, walk into cutscenes. It actually doesn't help on most doors. So I'm just going to be running straight into them. For some reason, like, it just has you like fall off of this microscopic 1 millimeter ledge, and you're watching a long animation anyway, so it doesn't help at all. Anyways, it's about time for our trial to start. So we're going to be tasked with catching a Bidoof, a Starly, and a Shinx. You know, just to kind of prove the rumors that we can catch 3 Pokemon at once. Or within, like, the same day. Within the same, like, session.
I do believe they said it was during the same day.
Yeah, during the same day. And we're going to need a partner in order to do that. So we're going to have to choose between Cyndaquil, Rowlet, and Oshawott. So I will need that Cyndaquil name very soon. Not too soon. Just, like, within the next minute or so.
We have it here for you.
Okay, give it to me.
We have the Cyndaquil name with $50 donated towards it. Is going to be Mr. Cat. Capital M-R, capital C-A-T.
No space?
No space.
Easy enough. It's better than the backwards name I saw up there earlier. I'll take it. Now, Cyndaquil is viable as our starter for a few reasons. If you ignore the fact that it probably gets trounced by Ursaluna, which is a normal ground type, it is the only Pokemon here that gets research for the move it starts with.
Correct. That being Quick Attack, and then the other thing is, unlike Oshawott, we do actually go in and take on some Beautiflies, which does have a research task of being knocked out with Rollout. And the Cyndaquil line actually gets roll out, so you're able to do that.
Specifically, the task for Beautifly being defeated is with a rock move. And none of these other starters get a rock move. Rowlet could probably defeat the Beautiflies and still get somewhere, because it has it's part flying and it learns Gust pretty early, I think. But Cyndaquil is going to be our best bet for taking us out.
Oshawott would get completely destroyed, mostly because I do believe it has Absorb.
Oh, Beautifly doesn't matter. It has move that can kill you. They're in the level 20s, and we are level 5 right now.
Yes.
So the reason why we have to go out there and defeat these Beautiflies in a minute is because you may have noticed while setting my options, I didn't have a choice to turn off animations. So by taking the time to defeat these Beautiflies during the first day, we have the ability to. We're going to save so many turns on the remaining required fights throughout the first and second areas. It's just going to save a disgusting amount of time, and it won't look like it, but I promise it will. And I just deposited my Pokeballs that I needed to do this trial. That might seem weird, and it is. But when I get into this next area to do the trial to catch the 3 Pokemon, the game will think that I've thrown them all. So it'll give me a fresh stack of 20 Pokeballs. So 20 Pokeballs for free, when in the early game money is so tight and valuable, it is extremely, extremely welcome. Alright, so I did not get a very fast Cyndaquil. If Cyndaquil was fast, I could actually do my 3rd quick attack before Togepi's 2nd tackle there. This game, unlike most of the Pokemon games, actually works on more of like a tabletop initiative system, where, you know, Cyndaquil has an initiative value of 5, Togepi has an initiative value of 8, and every quick attack I do decreases my initiative by 1 or so. And if your Cyndaquil's fast enough, you can slowly build your initiative up to be faster than Togepi's 2nd turn. That's kind of what we were going for there, and that'll also bleed into agile and strong style moves later, and influence that as well. Okay. So this is kind of the first time we're being let off on our own. We're gonna savor it because it's back to hand holding after we're done with this. I mean, I think it's fine because Sun and Moon hasn't even gotten their starter yet, so.
Sun and Moon does have a really long start time.
It's not that bad. It'll be fine. This is not Sun and Moon.
No, it is not.
Okay, so yeah, I mentioned the Pokeballs, how the game will think I have thrown them all. It's not, like, there's another box right there. So right now I could go grab them. But once I walk past this next trigger, I will no longer be allowed to go backwards towards the box. So at that point, I would be soft-locked if I didn't have another way to get Pokeballs. So I'm just going to exploit the game's, you know, good-natured soft-lock avoidance to scam 20 Pokeballs out of them, because they're expensive. Yeah, right now I'm no longer allowed to go backwards towards that box. And this is the Obsidian Fieldlands, the first area in the game. And that's our first catch right there. Oh, right, the Cyndaquil. I forgot to name the Cyndaquil. I can do that in a second. Luckily, this game, while not letting you nickname things on the spot, you can always change the Pokemon's nickname from the menu. There's tons of quality of life options from the menu that they add in this game. Change name.
One of those qualities of life that they added was originally in all the other Pokemon games, you would have to, like, as soon as you forget a move, you can't go back and reteach it unless you add the move relearner. Here, you basically never forget the move. You can swap back and forth automatically at will.
There we go. All right. So like I said, I'm going to go talk to Rival over here, and they're going to give me 23 Pokeballs because they don't check my box. Easy. Oh, and the Beedif actually respawns. And it respawned very, very, very far away to the point where I actually couldn't target it. And the Beedif dropped something. That was that sound effect. And let's see what we got. Oranberry's fine. I do really want Spoiled Apricorns as drops, because those are one of the items we use to stun Pokemon. And as I mentioned earlier, some Pokemon have a task specifically to be stunned. So I'm going to want to take advantage of that to get as many research points as I can. And then for Starly, all of these catches are guaranteed, or these first 2 catches are guaranteed on this day. So I'm going to go ahead and take my time to, oh geez, camera's weird in this game. Take my time to get as many points as I can on the Starly. Starly has a task for being caught without being spotted, which is what I just did. As soon as the thought bubble with the dots go away, that means that the Starly is no longer noticing me. And on a guaranteed catch, I might as well take that, because otherwise I'm sitting around waiting for the dots to go away on a Starly that might not get in. And I'll need one to get in without being spotted, and there's my one. Now, I corrected myself very quickly when I said every Pokemon on this day is guaranteed to get caught. No, not Shinx. Shinx is quite the problem here. So Ray just said, you know this. So you know this thing has an aggressive disposition. One of the options to choose as a girl is it has what? Because this thing will automatically aggro. You cannot stun it to remove its aggro. You have to engage it in battle. I think for I was trying to get a backstrike there for safety. But this is a 72% catch. If I'd gotten a backstrike, it would have been 77 roughly. So I'm trying to hope it gets in.
So just a coin flip.
All right, there we go.
And gets it.
All right. Now, if it didn't get in, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. I do need to see 3 quick attacks from Shinx later, which that is the only move it currently has. So if it broke out, it had a chance to use quick attack on me, which would have just saved me time later on, or kind of made me break even with time later on. But thank God it got in, because I end up getting more quick attacks than I know what to do with later on while we're trying to lose optional battles. But yeah, that's the trial, and now we are a full-fledged member of the Galaxy team. Now we just got to report our results to Captain Celine, and get our uniform, and get our badge, and our Pokedex, and all that good stuff. So we have any more messages to read? Now's a good time.
Oh, we certainly do. We have received a massive $670 donation from Eric S. I was in the Alola region for work this week, so I wasn't able to watch as much of Limit Break as I would have liked. But I am back home now, which makes it easier for me to donate. My donation amount is for Floette, my favourite Gen 6 Pokemon, and the current form of my first ever shiny Pokemon, which I caught on another work trip. This goes to see the Postgame. Well, thank you so much indeed, and on that, we do now have the Postgame Volo and Arceus fights. $1,631 out of $2,000. Less than $400 to go now on those. Please keep your donations coming in towards NAMI, and we'll get to see those extra fights at the end of the run. Back
Those
to
are
you.
fights you will want to
That
see.
is silly that we are that close to that being met already. You guys are dedicated, and it will be worth it, I promise you.
Thank you so much for that donation. That's really, really generous.
So I never mentioned that's one of the downsides of crouch canceling. Sometimes you do it wrong, or the game woke up on the wrong side of the bed and it'll fail, and you actually lose more time than you would have spent just running into the trigger, like I just did there. Like I stayed crouched for an additional second longer, but usually that doesn't happen, and I think the expected value is I'll save time doing it, so no big deal. But yeah, if you guys want to donate your favorite Pokedex number, that's certainly something we can bring back. I'll even attempt some cries if I've heard them before, and I think Sfeel could do some cries, right, Sfeel? Maybe? No, I don't know. We'll see.
There's only one cry I know how to do.
Alright, so now we have to present ourselves to the commander. I haven't mentioned it yet, but there's an invisible stamina system, so I'm having to manually stop my sprint and start it to make sure I don't run out before the top of the stairs. It's going to be very important in the early game and a little bit of the end game to make sure I don't run out of stamina. Just because you move so slowly if you run out. And it's cheaper, to not have it hit 0. It's kind of like Skyward Sword in that way, I think. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, where running out is really bad.
This is
and
correct.
just stopping running is, could be worse, but. So this is Commander Commodore. You'll notice he looks a lot like Professor Rowan from the Sinnoh region. Thought to be a long ancestor to Professor Rowan, and he's the commander of the Galaxy team. He's got a kicking kimono. I'm very jealous. Absolutely stunting. But yeah, now we are a full-fledged member, like I said. And I mentioned briefly that we needed 500 points to escape the first day. This is going to be that day. And this will be the moment that we abolish the Beautifly scum with our lowly Cyndaquil.
Now you might ask how we beat Beautiflies that are like 15 levels above.
Oh, I wish I had Corvame here. But this game's battle formula is janky. It's so janky.
It is.
The same part of the formula that multiplies the attack by 0.1 multiplies the level by ×3. So the attack stat of a Pokemon really doesn't matter. It's more so the level of the Pokemon. And that won't really matter in the early game that much. It is what, allows us to beat Cyndaquil, amongst other game mechanics. But it is what will allow our endgame team to be fully possible. And I did say team because we will need to assemble a full team to complete this game.
Which is completely different than your traditional Pokemon runs where they'll have like a single Pokemon that's their main. In this, we have a number of different Pokemon that we will use.
Yeah, we're going to be changing up what we use from area to area, so I will tell you when you can get comfortable with a Pokemon.
And as soon as when you do think you're comfortable with a Pokemon...
And
suddenly
spoiler
you're
alert,
not.
it is not Cyndaquil. We will use Cyndaquil for another hour. Or another like 40 minutes or so. But maybe it'll come back. We might need it as a backup strat if things go wrong in Area 3. Alright, so I'm going to take a very close look at my Pokedex here. Okay, we actually have 8 tasks. So that means we did get a Heavy Bidoof. Which is completely random. It's about 20% chance, and it is essential for getting Bidoof to rank 10. So thank God that is out of the way. I'm always really worried about that because you cannot so every Pokemon's research path is different. I'd have to like open up the Pokedex and show you to explain like exactly how it is, but without that Heavy Bidoof, I would have to catch 12 instead of 6 Bidoofs. So it just saves me a lot of work.
So in this game, when you're doing your research tasks, there are some tasks that give you basically 2 points, and then there's some that give you 1.
Yeah, 10 or 20 points, but 1 rank point for the Pokemon. It's kind of confusing. But every Pokemon gets up to 10 ranks, and 10 points is a rank, basically. But yeah, we're trying to get all the Pokemon to rank 10 so we can cash it in on that extra 100-point bonus like I specified earlier. And we're being taught how to dodge roll. Very important, pretty much only when we're out of stamina or trying to conserve it. Otherwise, it gives you some immunity, so it's good for some of the boss battles later on, but generally worthless, I would say.
Aside from the boss battles, yeah, probably.
Okay, so while I'm hitting triggers here and catching Pokemon, now's a good time for more messages if you have any.
We do indeed. We have received a $25 anonymous donation without a comment, but thank you very much indeed. Going towards NAMI, really, really appreciated. We'd also like to say that the last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have, understandably, had a strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You are not alone. Thank you so much again for your generous donations. We're currently sitting at $69,436 raised for NAMI.
$16 too late.
Let's see if we can't get further up, get the 70.
Unfortunate.
And also aim for that incentive. Again, just under $400 required on that as well. Back to you for now.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous amount of money. Thank you guys for all the support for this marathon. How much did we raise last year? I feel like we were getting close to passing that. Anyways, we got more tutorials here, like Buizel, who we will never see after this cutscene, because it's not worth going down there to catch him. And he's aggressive, as we're being told in this cutscene, so it's not even a fair fight, because he's going to aggro, and you can't catch Pokemon when they're aggro. It's a whole mess. So we're going to come up here, and we're going to catch Wurmple instead.
Yeah, so in this game, you'll notice a lot more, like some of these Pokemon are relatively skittish, so they will run as soon as they see you, kind of a thing. And others are completely aggressive, so they will turn and start to fight you.
Yeah, it's one of the examples of the crouch cancel where I did nothing wrong. It just chose not to give it to me. Yeah, this is the last trigger we have to talk to the rival for, and then we are free to do whatever we want. Because I believe it is this cutscene right here. Well, first of all, we have to see it. But secondly, I believe it's also the cutscene that unlocks warping. So after I finish this cutscene, I'll be able to warp back to camp and go do my beautifly bullying. And while I'm getting over there, we do have time for more announcements as well.
No problem at all. We would like to show some love for our community artists, LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and its Casa, who are responsible for some of the emotes that you gain access to by subscribing to the channel. All revenue from subs and the ads we run will go to help us run future RPG Limit Break marathons. But fret not, 100% of all donations go straight to NAMI. Thank you very much.
I must have pulled it. All right. So yeah, I had to catch 2 more Shinxes there, and I did get them, luckily. But here with the Wurmples, I'm doing a little trick where I'm kind of, they're noticing me, and I'm waiting until I see them move, like, you know, normally. So that means they've lost interest. And Wurmple also has a task for being caught unspotted. I'll catch these ones too for more money. All right, so here are our victims. They're both male. I'm taking note of that for later. Alright. It's fine. It's a little bit less fine.
So you may have noticed when that ball jumped there, it went rather high. If you see it barely go off the ground, you guarantee the catch. It's a nice way to know that you got it in the ball.
So Pokemon kind of like... I'm just going to go for kill strats now. Alright, so it would have saved time if I had caught one. But alas, that was not in the cards today. It's about 40%. Oh my god, that's a massive hit.
Nice crit.
That makes this a lot better. Because otherwise, like, this would have been like a guaranteed 3 turn. Okay, so I need to defeat 3 of these.
Crit mattered.
Absolutely crit mattered.
I would assume in this game crits are 1 in 24?
Yeah, they're 1 in 24 in this game.
Yeah, so crits basically do 1.5 times damage. It used to be 2 times damage in the original, like in the early gens. Since I do believe Gen 7 and on, it's now...
I barely got that backstrike. So one thing to establish about this battle system, especially with wild Pokemon, if you backstrike a Pokemon, you always go first. And that's kind of what makes this possible. Because, as we mentioned before, the level disparity was a real problem. So if Cyndaquil had not gone first, I don't think we would have had nearly as much success there as we did have. So good enough. I would have liked to really have caught that Beautifly because it just saves a lot more effort later on. But we'll just have to, you know, cut our losses there at least.
So one perk here is when you evolve a Pokemon, it also counts as being caught as well as the evolution research. So you get 2 researches in 1 task.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's a bug, if they intended it this way, but I'm getting an evolution counted for Starly and Staravia right now. And that doesn't make sense to me, but it helps me a lot in my speedrun.
It's super helpful.
So it's part of the reason we can even finish stuff like Staravia later in Luxio. At least as fast as we do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hope I have 500 points because it's been a while since I haven't caught a Beautifly. That was just extremely trolly. I'm gonna go and put these in my party now. And running to the exit is a little bit faster than talking to the professor because it skips the tutorial dialogue that he has for the way research points work and the way the catch summary screen works and all that stuff. So it saves about 7 seconds. Alright, did get the heavy Bidoof. Starly's good, that's good. Rank 7 on Wurmple's good. Alright. Cool. Alright, we have 590. Cool, we're out of here. Ugh. Okay. So yeah. The Beautifly catch, it is 40%, like I said, but if you fail it 4 times and then get it, it's still faster than defeating the third. On most occasions, because, like I said, that first fight was supposed to be 3 turns, but I got a crit, so it wasn't 3 turns. And now we're just reporting our research to Celine, and we're getting our first star in the Galaxy team of 5 that we're going to get in this run. So yeah, if you have any other announcements, now's a great time.
We do indeed. We have received a $50 donation from Sanjan, who just says, "Yeehaw!"
Yeehaw.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that. We would also like to send out thanks to the people involved in our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/Le French Restream, and our Japanese stream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's doing the French restream, but I know the Japanese restream is being done by a user named Camtosin. You know, I think they did my Midwest Speed Fest marathon commentary as well. They're really excited for this run, you know. So I'm sure if you speak Japanese fluently and as your first language, you won't be missing any content there in terms of explanations from that broadcast.
Do we have a second for one more?
Go for it.
We have just received a $257 anonymous donation without any comment.
Classic.
And I'm just going to check where we are on our incentive. We are currently on $1,908 out of the $2,000 needed. Under $100 to go on that. I cannot say how much the generosity. It's so much appreciated.
Yeah, you even made Sfeel chirp up. You know, Sfeel hasn't said anything the whole run. All of a sudden, $250 anonymous donation. Sfeel's going wild over there.
But,
Love to see it.
yeah, back to you, but thank you so much. We're very close to that incentive. Thank you again.
So I would have preferred to have been level 18 for this fight, because level 18 is when Quilava gets Flame Wheel. But we did not get level 18, so we have to do Strong Ember, and it is a range to kill. But it also has a very likely chance to burn Pikachu, which would defeat it on the next turn in the event that it wouldn't kill. So we're going to hope that it just gets the kill here cleanly, but if not, it's fine. All right, cool. It was like an 11 out of 16 range at the worst, so not too bad. Okay.
So Pokemon, whenever you do an attack move, it will basically roll a number between 1 and 16, because each one will do different damages depending on the roll. Like 1 and 16 is your low roll, 16 and 16 is your high roll. That's why we say there's ranges.
Yeah, because the 11 of the highest ranges killed there, but the bottom 5 did not.
Correct.
In that case. And I I glossed over the fact that I should use Strong Ember. That is a new mechanic to this game as well, Agile and Strong Style moves. Basically, a Strong Style move will give you, it's being explained right now. You know, Agile Style reduces the power of the move, raises the user's action speed, and uses more PP than usual. And Strong Style boosts the power, lowers the action speed, and uses more PP than usual. Both use more PP than usual, but Agile will let you get in more hits faster, you know, because it'll let you do essentially what I mentioned Quick Attack could have done on that Togepi fight and let me go before Togepi's second turn. Where a Strong Style will put you back a while on the turn order, but you'll get a big clean hit in. So It could even just end the fight right there. So in some cases, it's going to be useful to go for Strong Style just to end battles quickly. In other cases, it's going to be beneficial to use Agile when a regular move won't kill, and we can chain Agile into regular without the opponent getting a turn. So there's a lot more deep strategy to the battles. I think this mechanic's terrible casually, but I think for a speedrun, it makes routing very, very interesting, and it makes it very good to watch for a speedrun. So for right now, we've been asked to help Mai, a member of the Diamond Clan, with an issue she's having up at, I don't think she's mentioned where it is yet, but there's an issue way up there by those tall rocks, and we're going to go help her out with that.
Speaking of clans, there is an incentive for the Diamond and the Pro Clan. Everyone should donate for the Pro Clan because Arita is better.
All right, here's my misgiving with that suggestion. I like the Pro Clan too. However, I'm also the runner, so I have to advocate for the Diamond Clan. 'Cause it'll make my life a lot easier. Dialga's a lot easier to catch. Palkia, I'd have to hope for a 50% poison, whereas Dialga's part steel, so my fighting type move will do great damage against it. Like, you have to understand. Diamond Clan is the way right now.
Diamond Clan is faster, but chat, if you want chaos.
We could lose up to a minute on Palkia. Understand what you're doing here.
Well, if I could just chime in on that, we
Go for
do
it.
have $11. Diamond is in the lead at the moment. $11
Those are mine.
to no dollars against Pearl. So you heard it here, chat. Let's see what we can do. Are you Team Diamond or Team Pearl? Let's
Pearl.
get those donations in.
If it'll help, we'll be meeting the leaders after this day. We'll be meeting the leaders of those respective clans. Adamin for Diamond and Arita for Pearl Clan. But yeah, besides that, the clan does not have that much impact on the run, but it's a tremendous impact. The one impact it does, it changes which legendary you have to capture in a
does.
battle and which legendary you have to defeat in a Dark Souls-esque throw things at it, dodge moves battle. You know, either one of those in the throwing things at it battle is fine, but the actual traditional Pokemon battle to catch it, Palkia is so much worse. It's so unfun.
Which we will actually see a lot of the throwing battles with basically the lords.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have one of those coming up here probably within the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna be meeting the Lord of this area pretty soon. I haven't mentioned it yet. But they just mentioned the great Sinnoh, which is the deity that the Diamond Clan worships. Which, spoiler alert, is Dialga, is who the Diamond Clan worships. And the Pearl Clan worships Palkia, because they believe them to be the ones that brought them life, or what. Can you eat, brother? All right. All right. So I needed to feed 2 of these and catch 3. If one of these breaks out, it's fine. I can catch in the next area. I really would like them to, you know. All right, cool. Easy. I'm gonna catch this Geodude just for points. Basically, everything you catch for the first time is 20 points. And if that Geodude happens to be heavy, it'll be more points. And, you know, as I said at the beginning of the run, we need 8,500 points. So every one of these 20-point Pokemon will slowly and slowly add up to help us. That's a big one right there. Oh, never mind. All right.
Yeah, Geodude is one of those Pokemon that does aggro.
Yeah. Another one of those RNG crouch cancel fails. Love it. So one of the best things I love about this game in terms of speedrunning is I'm always able to change what Pokemon goes out first. You may notice the bottom right wheel, the wheel in the bottom right corner of the screen shows items, or if I switch the layout, it shows Pokemon. I switched the layout to Stravia, because I want Stravia to go first in this battle. Because I'm going to use Air Slash, and Air Slash is arranged to kill, just outright. But if it doesn't kill, then I can use Aerial Ace, which I may need to see Stravia do anyway to finish its research. So, but yeah, I will do my best Cricketune Cry if I get the range. This is a reward. I'm really good at it. And I'll do it every time you donate Cricketune Pokedex number.
Yeah, let's get those Pokedex numbers donations in.
Alright, so Air Slash, I didn't mention it is 95% accurate, but that's not really a big deal. I could just miss.
I'm curious what everyone's favorite Pokemon is. Mine is Dragonair.
Oh, that was a crit. You'd better not miss now. No, you didn't kill. Unfortunate. No Cricketune Cry today. Unfortunate. Oh well. But we did get that one Aerial Ace we needed to see from Stravia out of the way. It's really hard to explain how the research works without opening it up and showing you. But we did see the research from the end of the previous day, and I'll go slower and point out the things I'm looking for in the decks, because it opens up the decks at the end of every day anyway and shows you what new research you've accomplished. So it'll be easier to understand exactly what we're going for on certain Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a great way to go through and make sure that you got what you needed.
Yeah. Actually, when I do my attempts at home, we're required to record video footage for the run. So I decide, if I have to record the footage anyway, I might as well make the footage work for me. I use an OBS replay buffer that allows me to hit a key on my keyboard, and it'll actually make a local video file of the last 15 seconds of my broadcast. So while I'm in cutscenes like this, I can scrub through the video feed and kind of see piece by piece what I've done, just to not waste too much time. Just kind of have something to do while I'm watching cutscenes. But the cutscenes will slow down after this day, actually, because we're going to get a lot more control, and we're going to be able to go through to the rest of the area pretty much. I'll be on foot for day 3, but on day 4 we'll get weirdier. That's fine.
Yep, because in this game, Stantler actually has an evolution.
Yes, they gave a few Pokemon new evolutions and new forms. And Stantler finally got an evolution into a normal psychic type called Weirdier. A pain to get if you're trying to get your own, non-ride Pokemon
really
Weirdier. You have to do 20 agile size shield bashes with Stantler to get it.
Which is so long. It
Okay.
takes so long to do
So Bidooft's done as soon as I evolve it, because number you've evolved is a double point task. And that'll put me at research rank 10, and I'll get that bonus 100 points. And then Starly is done as soon as I evolve another one, because it's at rank 8 and it needs another evolution. Quilava just needs a strong Ember, and then it'll be done. And then Stravia just needs one more evolved of the opposite gender. The different forms you've obtained is the different genders of Stravia. And then Luxio will be done after I do 2 more Thunderfangs and a Bite. And then Geodude is not going to get done. That's fine. We accounted for that. But yeah, that's basically like the idea behind the route, is just getting every Pokemon to research rank 10 as fast as possible, while not going too far out of the way and just kind of hitting story beats and just kind of working on the research as you're moving between story points.
Yep. And we also don't want to overdo the research, so we don't want to end up with, like, say, 8,900 research instead of 8,500.
I would be happy with that for this event, because going under 8,500 sucks.
Yeah, no,
It's
going
really
under
bad.
85 is really bad, but
Yeah, because like if you don't have 8,500, if you have below, you have to go to your box and evolve something. When you've already menued to account for having enough, or you need to go to another area and just work on something if you're really, really, really low. 4 split apricorns right now, which is not terrible. I've had way more before. I've had 10 at this point. At one point, it was
that's so
disgusting.
high.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Diamond and Pearl Clan incentive. These are your choose your fighter. This is Adaman and Irida. Adaman is the leader of the Diamond Clan. They worship Dialga, and Irida is the leader of the Pearl Clan, and they worship Palkia. This conversation, if you ever have time to play this game and watch it in slow-mo, or at least just like kind of read fast, this conversation's great. It's like all this space, and you're sitting here wasting my time, or whatever he says. Like, it's so great, because like one of them's like so time focused, the other one's so space focused. Cause it's just the whole gimmick of Dialga and Palkia.
Yep.
They're wonderful characters.
Those two are always butting heads.
They're always fighting. But yeah, those are your combatants. Choose carefully.
You know the right choice, chat.
Yes, you do.
Palkia.
I don't know. I have to disagree for the sake of the time. I mean, I'm only a couple minutes behind PB, and I did watch a 1-minute opening cinematic and sit there and explain the Pokedex. So I think we're doing all right. Yeah, I do currently have the world record for this game in English and in Japanese. Both are 339s. I got them actually on the same day. I don't know what was going on that day. I was actually a little bit sick. I don't know. I guess I was just on something else.
So Stratas end up getting sick and casual world record twice.
Yeah.
Good strat.
But yeah, so we have an estimate of 350, I think, for the 80% portion of this, not including any estimates we do. So decent amount of cushion, but not enough cushion for you to pick Palkia. I'm telling you, it's not worth it. We should definitely pick Diamond Clan and Dialga. It'll get us, to Kingdom Hearts faster. If you like Kingdom Hearts, you should definitely pick Diamond.
Which will be run by my good friend Etchy. Stay
That's
tuned for that.
Very prolific Pokemon owner, not doing Pokemon
Yes.
at this event.
He holds the world record for my favorite speedrun in Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu.
Yeah, we did mention earlier that Let's Go is like very similar.
It is
It's a
very
little
similar.
bit similar, but there's just way more battles because it is like basically a remake of Red
Correct.
and Blue. But one of the gyms in Let's Go makes you catch 50 unique species. So you kind of have to route on the fly which species you're going to catch and get them from evolution, get them from catching, and get them from trades, whatever. Like, you have to get 50 Pokemon to beat the game. And it's similarly interesting to figure out how to solve that puzzle.
It's very unique.
And it's
in that
Adaman, the
aspect.
leader you should choose for the incentive. Hi, how you doing? So we're learning about Lord Cleavor, the Lord of the Obsidian Fieldlands. The first of 5, maybe 6 if you donate, bosses we're going to fight here. And he's not happy. I skipped the cutscene earlier, but he basically got struck by lightning. And I mean, I wouldn't be too happy either if I was in a similar circumstance. But he's especially not happy. He's glowing yellow. It's not great.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Oh, here's everyone's favorite character, Baggin. So if you go up to him, he'll sell you more bag space, and he slowly starts out with $100, $200. He eventually charges you millions of dollars for bag space. It just gets progressively worse.
Yeah, it's
And I've bought all of those bag slots before. In my 100% speedrun of this game, that took me 175 real time gameplay hours.
That's so painful.
Yeah, it's okay. I had a money duplication glitch. Anyways, we got more cutscenes to go through, and I'm just going to be doing some movement here. So we got more announcements to read if you have any.
We do indeed. Thank you very much. We have received $20 from Lyrical Pumpkin without any comment, but thank you so much for that. We have $50 from Dragonista, who says, Sveal demanded that we attack and dethrone Pokemon God. Best of luck. Well, on that point, we are, let me do a quick refresh on that. Very, very close. We have just met it.
Yes.
We've just met the Volo and Arceus fight. Thank you so much for your incredibly generous donations towards NAMI. That is absolutely amazing. We are looking forward to seeing those. One more for now. We've received $10 from Mirioki. Haven't been able to catch much due to work and prepping for a move, but have been watching some of the VODs and now watching while I do some cleaning. Have fun on the run. Well, thank you so much again for everyone's generosity in meeting that incentive. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck with the move.
I had a Paris breakout just now. I didn't know that was a very likely thing. I don't think it is.
What-
Paris is overly aggressive, but he's pretty easy to catch once you get him in the sphere.
One quick, just to interject very quickly, apologies. We have just hit $70,000.
Oh, that's worth interrupting me every day of the week.
Thank you so much again. Absolutely amazing. Please, please, please keep those donations coming in. Thank you so much for your generosity.
So we're going to go from that to probably a pretty long-winded and complicated explanation on what's going to happen with these two Wurmples when I evolve them. All right, our first Wurmple is evolved into Cascoon. And I'll explain what happens when I see what our next Wurmple evolves into. I needed to evolve 2 anyway because we got Wurmple to research rank 7. Every Pokemon with an evolution task gets 2 rank points from it. So we needed 2 for Wurmple to finish it, just regardless. Okay, we've gotten split evolutions. So that's not bad, but that means we need to catch another Silcoon in this forest. And we need to evolve the one in our party just now. Because we described earlier that when you evolve something, it gives the base and the target an evolution point. So Silcoon's currently sitting on 1 evolution point, and it needs 2. So I'm going to catch another Silcoon and evolve my Silcoon into Beautifly, and that will finish Silcoon. We would have had to do something else if it was I'll just keep feeding these 2 just to be safe.
If it was the double...
Yeah, if it was double Silcoon, we'd be done already. Oh, there's 2 beautiful Bunearys here. I didn't even notice. Fine.
Yeah, thankfully both the Binary and the Psyduck have the feed them tasks, so it's really easy.
So I'm looking for Silcoon right now. I don't see him. That's unfortunate. That's okay. One more spot up there, maybe? It's fine. I'll look for him tomorrow. Okay, so these encounters are kind of like determined right now, so nothing I can do to make them show up. Alright. This better not be a battle with two side. Oh, it is a two. It is a battle with two Psyducks. Okay. That is research. That's fine, I guess. I just wanted to beat one of these with Thunderfang, but that's okay. Because while we're on foot anyway, it makes sense to do things like this, and I also killed Paris with Ember earlier. The walking speed in battles is not that slow when you don't have another faster movement option than running. That's why we take care of those battle tasks right now, because tomorrow we'll have Weird Ear, and we'll, obviously not be worth it to get off Weird Ear and watch myself walk around while I'm battling things. Okay, so I guess for a deeper explanation on the Wurmple thing, the difference between evolving a Wurmple into Silcoon and a Wurmple into Cascoon is that Silcoon gets a bonus for being obtained during daytime, which it is currently daytime, and Cascoon does not get that bonus. So in the event that both of my Wurmples had evolved into Cascoon, that would not be the end of it. I would have needed to evolve one of those Cascoons into Dusthawks after this area is over, and yeah, from there, just, we're good. But if it had been two Silcoons, we're good to go right there, no questions asked. Because it does have those 2 extra points from both of them being obtained during the daytime. So, it's complicated. It can be very complicated. But, once you just learn the rules of, like, if you get this, do this. If you get this, do this. It's not too bad. Anyways, poor Goomy never stood a chance. Every time I get to this fight, my viewers are always on the side of Goomy. They want to see the Goomy win. Sometimes it does. I think there was one instance that Goomy actually took out my Luxio because I had a very slow Luxio and it was able to get an agile bubble into regular bubble combo. And it ruined my run, but chat popped off, so that's cool. I wonder whose side they're on. But yeah, we got a lot more cutscenes here, so if there's any more announcements at all,
Oh, yes, I've always got something to say. Thank you very much indeed. We have received $25 from Austin, who says, loving the marathon. Can't imagine a more worthy cause to donate to. Best of luck, halqery. So thank you for that. Invictus donates $17 to even it out. And that's what took us to the 70K.
Wait.
So thank you so much indeed for that. And one more for now. We have also received a $15 anonymous donation without any comment. But remember, all your donations are so greatly appreciated. They all go towards NAMI. Please, please keep your donations coming in. Back to you for now.
So when you said just to even it out, does that mean somebody donated $11 to even out the Pearl Clan versus Diamond Clan bid war?
I think that was getting us up to 70K, but I will check the Diamond Clan, Pearl Clan.
I don't even know what happens in the event of a tie. I guess I get to pick. I don't know.
We are currently looking. Oh, it's getting spicy. We've got $98.50 towards Diamond, and only $15 towards Pearl.
Let's go.
So remember,
keep it coming.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of
more
while.
to Pearl. Come on, guys.
You got about what, an hour, roughly, before we have to close that off?
2.5 hours at least.
All right, okay. Well, there you go then, folks. You heard it
2.5
here.
hours into the run, sorry.
Into the run, right. So we've got about an hour and a half roughly left on that one. So please keep your donations coming in for that as well. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Yeah, Diamond Clan will get us to Kingdom Hearts faster, so if you're a big Kingdom Hearts fan.
It will, that's fair.
Well, maybe, because I could just YOLO Ball Palkia and it get in. Maybe, but it's only 19%, so probably not.
I mean, it's 50-50. It's a coin flip.
It's 50-50. It gets in or it doesn't, right, yeah. He's been saying that all week. Just to get me to go to Pearl, but I'm not doing it.
There's a famous Pokemon speedrunner that's got a coin flip emote. It's basically every...
Is it the one with like the 78%
That's
on
the
the
one.
Yeah, it gets in or it doesn't.
Yep.
And I feel that so hard, especially with Paris. I think Paris was like a 90% plus chance to catch, and it just decided. It opted not to catch.
Percentages are lies.
Yeah. So I actually did get enough points to rank up, so I could technically just get no research in this day and be fine. But we have to think about the long term. I need 8,500 points to complete this game. And that means I need as many Pokemon rank 10 completed as possible. So I am going to pursue Paris and Silcoon and pray they exist. Just to make my life easier later on. Otherwise, I have to, go out of my way for some optional Pokemon.
Because we do need 3,500 for the next area.
Yeah, that as well. But that one's not too hard to hit.
No, it's not.
The hardest one to hit is Coronet, honestly. I mean, the second hardest to hit is probably Cobalt Coastlands, the third area. Because the 6,000, you can miss it if a lot of things go badly. But the way the route's structured, you really shouldn't miss any of these deadlines for points.
Shouldn't.
My favorite word, because I can't say you won't, because it happens.
It does. I mean, it's speedrunning RNG. It's
I think
very much a thing.
here's what we're gonna do. No, we're not gonna rest. No, we're not gonna rest. I promise you. All right. I'm gonna withdraw a third Wurmple just to be safe, in case I don't see a Silcoon. Getting these tumblestones. We kind of glossed over it earlier, but tumblestones are the primary crafting component for Pokeballs of all kinds. All right, we got a Paris finally. And it gave me a springy mushroom, which is a waste of bag space. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so we've already completed Psyduck and Beneries research, so I don't have to bother with them at all. But we're looking for Silcoon. This is the... Hello? There's nothing here? Okay. There should be one thing there. That's very, very, very odd. All right, well, thank God we got this extra Wurmple. So whatever this Wurmple evolves into is the one we'll be finishing. Silcoon or Cascoon. And we've already gotten enough rank points for the area to be finished. So it doesn't really matter if it's Cascoon or not. Because Cascoon's going to be leveled up or evolved after we leave this area. Because there's a segment during the cutscenes after this area where it'll be nighttime. And I mentioned that Cascoon gets a bonus for being caught during nighttime, but so does Dusthawks. So it makes sense just to wait until then to evolve it, just to maximize our points. Okay. Maybe quick attack. Since I'm getting catches and points anyway, might as well just go all in. I could have done Ember into Rollout with Quilava on this day to have gotten no research points. Oh, that's awesome. Thank God for that. Alright. That's a range. Not the Swift. The quick attack Flame Wheel. It's a better range at level 20, but it's fine. Alright, so Beedif's able to evolve now, and Wurmple's able to evolve. But Wurmple's not quite able to evolve into its final form yet, but it will be after Lord Cleavor, because the nobles do give experience, luckily.
They give a lot of XP, actually.
So you're familiar with the strategy we're going for here?
Yes.
All right, so you can describe it while I sweat and game hard.
I still think Arca's probably the hardest of them.
Well,
Well,
when you do the
that
proper
or
strategy,
Avalugg.
when you do the proper RNG manipulation with Arcanine, it's very, very, very simple. It used to be very hard when it was RNG based, but yeah, Avalugg is completely terrible. All right.
All right. So here you'll notice there's a bar there. We're going to be throwing these items until that yellow bar runs out. So we'll back out until this whirlwind basically comes in. Now he's going to go in between the Cleavor and the rocks so that when he swings, you won't get hit. And you're completely fine. Otherwise you'd have to stay away and it takes a lot longer.
And you notice I threw some bombs in the sky because he was in his, we call it a rage animation when it gets below half HP. Or it does this like shout and it's invulnerable. and I can't hit it. So what I'm doing is I'm basically putting hitboxes out there, so when he's done, throwing a tantrum, they'll land on him and he'll take the damage. Because I can't damage him in that moment, but I can at least get those bombs out because it takes time to throw them out. Just to get those projectiles out there for when he's done being invulnerable.
Which is a strat we will use on all of the lords.
Yes. Yes, but not too bad for Lord Cleavor. That was actually one of my better fights, I think. I didn't take a single hit or, do a wrong pattern or anything. I got exactly the fight I wanted. But yeah, that's the Obsidian Fieldlands. And this is the end of the Beat Cleavor category extension. If you want something shorter than 3 hours and 50 minutes, this is for you. We have several category extensions that, change the goal of the speedrun. And this is probably the most introductory speedrun of the game. It's just getting here and beating Cleavor.
You have this one, there's the All Lords, there's ILs, which is basically your individual Lord runs.
Individual levels, because it also includes like the
individual,
balloon races
yeah.
and stuff like that.
And those are super simple, super quick.
All right.
It's a good way to learn the different strats for the Lords.
Yeah, it's not completely one-to-one because the rematches in most cases are significantly higher level and sometimes introduces new moves. But yeah, generally, there's some strategies I want to steal from the IL runners that I just haven't had time to learn, like for Lilligant, for example. Okay, so if this is Silcoon, we're good. If it's Cascoon, I'll evolve it in a minute. Okay, we're good. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and change my party. Because we have a mandatory fight coming up with the rival, but we don't have to win. So I'm going to pull out a Shinx. Just to, pay it back for being so troublesome to catch earlier. And Shinx is going to do this battle for us and, obviously do great with no questions asked. Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple fights in this game where you don't actually have to win to proceed.
Yeah, and it's every fight with the rival, actually.
Pretty much.
Yeah, the Pikachu will only win because it's faster. Because, it's a one Pokemon fight, and Pikachu can use Thunder Wave and a lot of moves that don't kill you and waste a lot of time. Speaking of moves that don't kill you, we're going to get very familiar with those very soon while we're waiting for this Shinx to keel over.
What do you mean? It'll just then headbutt turn 1.
Oh, of course it will. I can't wait to see that happen in my speedrun.
When it doesn't in every other run, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, I'm just going to go up there and report that I've slaughtered the Cleavor to my commander, and if we have any more announcements to read, now's a good time.
We do indeed. We do have a couple of donations here. We have $50, anonymous donation without any comment, but thank you very much indeed for that. And $100 from Gearless Robot without any comment, but thank you so much indeed. But before I finish here, I do want to ask a question. I want to ask, who do we prefer, Diamond or Pearl? And I want to ask Sviel. So Sviel, Diamond or Pearl?
Come on, Sviel. Okay, you can't just you both of you. I'm alone.
There you have it, chat.
I'm the only one that wants to be optimal with the time here.
Thank you very much, Sviel.
Team Pearl.
Team. Please. For me, Diamond. Please. Keep it where it's at. It's fine where it is.
Also, chat, please, I want to hear all of your pokes, so let's get those Pokemon donations in. What are your favorite Pokemon?
Yes, if I know it, I'll do the cry. Wait, there was a Klefki or something, or a Floette. I don't know Floette's cry.
I don't know Floette's cry. Floette is a good Pokemon, though. I do agree with that.
It's really tiny. Or is that Flabébé?
Flabébé is tiny.
Yeah, one time I was practicing Scarlet and Violet movements, and I ran into like a crowd of Flabébés, and the one I happened to hit was shiny.
Nice.
And I would have never known unless I ran into it, because there's no shiny sound effect or sparkle. You just kind of notice when you run into it. Yeah, this is the start of a side quest we're not doing, but we're required to, participate in. This is the Spiritomb side quest. Basically, from this point forward, there are 20 wisps hidden in every area, and then 7 hidden in Jubilife Village, and that girl is actually the final wisp, spoiler alert. I don't know how that works, but it does. And that is all you have to do to unlock the Pokemon Spiritomb.
What do you mean we're not doing that? This isn't catch 'em all?
I might pick up one by mistake because it's muscle memory. Because I mostly play catch 'em all. So if I do that, don't make fun of me. It happens to the best of us.
Catch 'em all is also a very good run. It takes, I think world record now is like 8.
8:16 is
16?
my current record. I'll take the Great Balls. This is Ginter, a salesman with the Ginkgo Guild. He sells a random assortment of 3 like sets of items. Hello? Thank you. Alright. And he just sold me Great Balls, which are very useful early on, because we actually can't make those yet. We need to be 1 rank higher to even craft Great Balls.
So what were those other things you bought?
I bought Bugworts and I bought Hopa Berries, because those are the essential crafting components for an item we can't make yet called a Stealth Spray. We are about to get the recipe for it. A Stealth Spray basically silences your footsteps, so Pokemon aren't alerted to you coming. So I mentioned with Wurmple, I had to sit there in the grass and wait for them to stop noticing me. Same with Starly. The Stealth Spray makes me avoid all of that. I can just run up to them and catch them, and they will never know I was there. Unless they see me. They can still see me. It's not an invisibility potion. But, you know, with proper movement and whatnot, and, you know, intuition and not getting unlucky with how fast they turn, it's pretty easy to catch everything unspotted.
Which in the early days of this run, we didn't even use those, and then I do believe Shady's the one that
Yeah,
figured that
Shady was the one that got everyone Stealth Spray pilled, for sure. So I did mention that I needed 3 quick attacks, and that is now. All right, we're Hypnosis. That's going to give me 2 turns, I think.
That's a classic turn 1.
There's 1. Okay. So they changed sleep in this game to be drowsy. And what drowsy does is it basically works like a paralysis, where you have like a 1 in whatever chance to even get to move. But also you take more damage from moves while you're drowsy. Not that Mime Jr. needed it to take out Shanks, but it thought it did. It was like, all right, let me set up my Hypnosis. Sometimes it goes for Iron Defense. I got to make sure I can really, really, really defeat this level 4 Shanks in front of me when I am level 19. And it's actually just obnoxious. Like, Trainer AI is actually the worst in this game. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not consistent, because some of them always do a move that I want to see. But not Ray, and not the fight we're about to do.
Imagine having good trainer AI.
My headcanon is that this is from a few hundred years ago. They didn't know how to battle yet. So it was intentionally designed to be terrible. I'm gonna... No, you're not the box. There we go. I'm gonna deposit the useless things in my inventory. Probably should deposit the Hopa Berries too, but it's fine. I have 6 spoiled apricorns and no mud balls. That's fine. Mud balls are another stun item, but they're more powerful than spoiled apricorns. But at this point, 1 to 2 spoiled apricorns will stun anything in this area. And while we're doing this fight in the Salacian Ruins, reference for the Diamond and Pearl folk, we have time for more announcements.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I would like to remind everyone that we still have that bid war open. We have Choosing the Clan between Diamond and Pearl, $98.50 on Diamond, $15 on Pearl. You still have a bit of time to change that up, so please get your donations in. And also to mention, after this run, we have our Kingdom Hearts 3 run, and we do have an incentive for that. And the incentive is to have Violin fight blindfolded Data Young Xehanort. Now, that is a whopping $2,500 goal for that, and we're only at $72 at the moment. So if we can get some donations in towards that, that would be absolutely fantastic. We'd have a little bit of time on that, but obviously it would be nice to get to see that as well. So remember, all your donations do go towards NAMI. Thank you so much again, and back to you.
So, I only got 2 quick attacks between those 2 fights, and we're done with Shinx now. So I'm gonna have to get creative. I'm either gonna have to evolve the Shinx, or I'm gonna have to do quick attack on a passing by Pokemon, and I'm gonna just probably opt to evolve, just because going out of my way to quick attack something, especially when we have Weird Ear now, is just not good. I'm gonna catch this Psyduck. This is strats that only I really do, because I really like them. I like that it doesn't involve going back to the area and constructing more items, or talking to the person to, you know, change your party. This is an area you're not supposed to access yet. So I'm gonna do it to get more spoiled apricorns potentially. Be safe. And some raspberries. That's fine. Lead Psyduck. Famous last words. I could have led Shinx here for an easy, you know, wipe in the switch into Psyduck. But Psyduck can tank Toxicroak's Venoshock, so I'm gonna gamble on it. It's not the end of the world if it fails. I just have to redo the fight. So I guess that's one aspect we haven't really gone over yet. One consequence of the new battle system is that you don't really get to, like, as soon as you defeat a Pokemon and the new Pokemon comes out, it's not necessarily a reset situation. The new Pokemon most likely has the advantage over you and will get to use the first move on that next turn. Which is why we pretty much always have to run a full party in the end game. Is because the next Pokemon that comes out usually has a super effective move that just instantly kills you. Alright, cool. I wonder how silly I would have looked if that actually killed me. It has to be a really bad Psyduck to die to that, but it can happen. And you know what? Because that Psyduck in the previous area used Confusion on my Luxio, I think that's actually 3 Confusions now, which is an extra tier up than I would normally get. So that's 10 extra points. We're on our way. Yeah, it adds up. And the Carnivine is for later in this area. We're going to be using it to defeat Ursaluna, the big baddie we've been talking about the whole run. So these are the Misfortunes. They used to be part of the clans. I think Coin used to be part of the Pro Clan, and Clover used to be part of the Diamond Clan. But that is that's super relevant. We're going to craft those Stealth Sprays I mentioned. We're actually going to take some Heavy Balls. Not too many, but just a few. Because the Great Balls will plenty suffice. So now we're coming up here. Do you know where we're going, Razor? Wait, oh, wait, never mind. I forgot to go give the wall fragment back. Whoops. It's fine.
So I know you get Cricketune up there.
Yes, so where I was going just a minute ago, there are some very, very, very high-level Cricketune that if you catch them, they just give you like a tremendous amount of EXP. And they're about 50-ish%, give or take, to get in. So everyone that gets in is going to give Psyduck like another level, pretty much. And that's going to help me a lot with defeating Ursaluna. Because if Psyduck gets to like 24 or 25, it'll be able to get an Agile Bubble into Strong Water Pulse chain to, you know, maybe take out Ursaluna in one turn. Ursaluna is a disgustingly strong Pokemon. It has like 130 base defense, like its attack stats also ridiculous. Like it's not nice. So we need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to defeat it. And by everything I mean Carnivine and hopefully just Psyduck. Alright, so now we're going to that spot that I just ran off to a little bit too early.
Yep, there's other pokes up here that you can get, but more often than not, a lot of those you won't get here. You'll get them in the Catch 'em All run.
Yeah, right now my party space is not actually full, so I want to fill this party space with 1 Cricketune and two Teddiursus preferably. There's the Cricketune. Oops. I'll make sure they don't see me. That's the worst level. And that is the second worst level. Sweet. All right, we're off to a good start. Oh, man. So I was hoping they'd be like 28 or 29 so that I could get them to level 30 by the time I leave this area for good. But that is probably not going to happen now. But at least I caught them fast, because the Great Balls have a much better catch rate than the Heavy Balls. And I wouldn't have had them unless Ginter sold them to me, so shout out to Ginter for understanding what I need here. Roselia was not expected, so that is extra research points that I hadn't really counted on. I'm going to go ahead and evolve that Shanks, just to get it out of the way. Because unfortunately, we did not get those 3 quick attacks, but that's fine. I had to open up the menu to use the Stealth Spray anyway. A lot of, a big, commonality between pretty much all Pokemon runs is just minimizing menus as much as you can. If you have to menu for one thing, you should make that menu do 5 things. It takes time to open up the menu, and it kind of brings you out of your groove.
It does. And that goes for any Pokemon run, really, is save your menus.
Yeah. Cool. Good enough.
All right, time for the Ursaluna fight.
So yeah, I did not catch as many Cricketines as I would have liked to have caught, but that's okay. We will figure it out. That's one thing I do better than anybody else in the world at this game is I figure it out. A lot of people prefer more rigid strategies and backup plans upon backup plans, but I will figure out my backup plan right now live for RPG Limit Break 2023 because that is actually one of my strongest skills in this game. Is I don't panic, I just persevere and figure it out. So first of all, we're going to do a strong Acid Spray, which normal Acid Spray has a 50% chance to lower accuracy. One thing they didn't tell you when they gave us the tutorial on strong and agile moves is strong style moves actually also exaggerate any additional status condition or any additional effects of a move. So Acid Spray goes from a 50% chance to lower defense to 100%. So now with lower defense and hopefully a fast Psyduck, we can get a chain here. No, okay. I'm going to go for a strong Water Pulse kill, actually. Because recently it's been doing like a deceptive amount of damage in my runs off on stream. Okay, that's pretty good. It's going to die. But I can finish it up with like a, I don't know, like a Luxio something. Or maybe, you know what? Let's do this. Prepare to meet your maker. Alright. There we go.
The
I probably
adorable Teddy
actually-
picking out its full evolution.
I should have done that with the other Teddy Ursa, that was the lower level one, but that works all the same. Because I'm going to ideally have one of these Teddy Ursas evolved by the time I leave this area, so... Actually, maybe it was better to use the one I used. That was the whole point of having the party space calculated down to that, preciseness, was having the 2 Teddy Ursas in the party and hoping that they were both able to evolve by the time I leave, which they're not, because they're the 2 worst levels you can get.
Doesn't it evolve at 30?
It does. But by the time I leave this area, which the only thing I'm really doing tomorrow is I'm catching Badoos. I'm going to catch... I'm probably going to stun some more Carnivines, unless I don't have very many stuns, which I'll just catch a few more. Yeah, there's just not very many catches tomorrow, so the only experience that they will get is the experience from the Noble. And yeah, Ursaluna is not a Noble, so... we just had to take care of it in a Pokemon battle, and now we'll never use it again unless by accident. Very useful in Catch 'em All, though.
It is very useful in Catch 'em All, because then you can actually dig some things up, like the Peat Block, to actually evolve it.
7 and 1 on stuns. That means I could probably stun 2 Carnivines and get away with it. I'll see what the research says on Carnivine. Because my Carnivine also could have been a large specimen, which changes things slightly. So let's see what it is. And I'll try to, kind of explain what the research says. Any Pokemon with a Pokeball next to its name means it's done, so I'm not going to go over it. And I'll kind of explain what needs to be finished and continued on the next day we're here, because we've not resolved the air issue here. I did not get 2 different genders of Cricketune. Okay. So I need to feed one tomorrow. And then, yeah, I need to stun 2 more Carnivines. And then Pachirisu, I need to do something in the next area for it. And I need to catch another Hippopotas in area 4. Okay. So we're very alarmingly far away from 3,500. But we have several Pokemon we have not even touched yet. So it'll be fine. So I'll need to feed a Cricketune if I see it. That's so annoying. I didn't get a... Okay, wait. Pro strat. I can look at my Cricketune in the bottom right corner of the screen and see what gender it is, so I can know which gender I need, so I can just catch it. It looks like I have a female. I think I see its mustache peeking in the bottom left corner of its portrait. So that means I need to catch a male Cricketune to complete its research and complete the 2 different forms needed to get that point. Otherwise, I could just feed it, and I'll probably do that just to be safer, just in case I'm completely wrong. But yeah, we have some more scenes to watch. So if you have any more donations or any other announcements, good lord, to read, now's a great time for that.
Oh, we do indeed. Thank you very much indeed. We have received a $19.50 donation from Quagsire and Friends. $19.50 for number 195 Quagsire, my favorite Pokemon. Hulk, please catch a Hisuian Quagsire for me.
I can't do that. It's not in the game.
Smiley face. Well, that's a shame. I'm sure everybody would love to see the Quagsire.
There's a Paldean.
There is a Paldean one called Clodsire.
Yeah, that's not in this game, though.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, that's in Scarlet and Violet, unfortunately.
And then we also have received a $10 anonymous donation that says, this donation is for my favorite Pokemon, Sveal. Love hearing all his commentary.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Thank you very much indeed for those generous donations.
Sphelical. Spheel is really cute. I can't fault that.
Oh, we're going to be getting some later in this run. I don't know if I've said that yet.
We will indeed.
Oh my god, I got 2 split apricorns from that tree. That's very rare. So yeah, I just need to stun the next Carnivine I see. And we'll be good on that.
Yeah, let's keep those donations coming in. I want to hear more Pokemon.
Yep, remember all your donations go towards benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Please keep those donations coming in. It's so appreciated. Every little dollar goes an amazing way to helping people with mental illness, and NAMI does an amazing job. Yep, amazing job with it. So thank you so much again for your generosity so far, but please keep them coming in. Thank you.
Okay. Got another scene here. I don't remember the plot reason why we had to go find a Rizu. I think they thought she stole something and was, trying to sabotage our efforts to resolve the conflict in this area. But she was really just trying to help, and she broke her ankle or something.
I recall she was basically wanting to go do it on her own, hurt her ankle, and now we gotta come in and help.
Yeah, you're supposed to use Ursaluna to sniff out where she is, because he's like a bloodhound, can find things. But she's always in the same spot, so I didn't have to do that at all.
Yeah, once you've done it once and you know exactly where she is, you just go. It's easy.
And I was able to take care of those Tanglas on the way, so they are actually at rank 9 right now. And I will finish them in a required battle where I'm required to defeat one. And that's the only task left I have to do for that one. Ugh. Okay, there's a Cricketune up here, so I'm going to go ahead and use my Stealth Spray. Part of the reason I was messing up that movement, I was trying to see what's up here. Okay. I'll feed it and get it out of the way. All right. Let me stun you. And I need to, it's very important that I touch this warp point for the diamond settlement later. It's going to be important much later. But it loses a decent amount of time if I don't do it. I'm gonna hope that third one gets in. Alright, cool. Alright, this part from like the diamond settlement all the way out here is very high APM. So I'm like trying to focus on like getting on weirder, getting off weirder, throwing Pokeballs at these Pokemon. Like one wrong input will just kind of slow me down and get me all sluggish. That was fine. Okay. So this is Lady Lilligant, the only lady boss of the nobles. All the other ones are lords. And this is my favorite Hisuian variant. It's also kind of like my mascot, since it's like my profile picture and everything. If you're familiar with Lilligant from Unova, it's got like a hula dancer kind of aesthetic to it. But they've recreated Lilligant in Hisui as more of a ballet dancer. I guess I'll go ahead and show its opening, might as well.
Hisuian Lilligant is good. I prefer the Hisuian Zorua, which is absolutely adorable.
Hisuian Zorua's a buddy. She's so precious, look at her. Alright. So Lilligant's gonna have a kind of a similar strategy to Cleave War, but not quite, because the projectile or the attacks from Lilligant just kind of work differently. So her main thing is going to be jumping up and down and like creating like little waves that I have to dodge or back out of if you're a pro IL runner or don't suck. But I don't know how to do that, so I dodge. I can kind of like track her movements a little bit because she always jumps the same way. So I can kind of like preemptively expect her to jump up and like aim up like that. Now she's going to do like little ground waves that I have to dodge. You actually have to dodge those because those knock you down. Now she's about to do her alpha shouts because she's under half. I'm going to throw those bombs into the sky so they hit her when she's done. Alright, and that is Lilligant. So, basically, I didn't say that either. Oh my god, we barely got that Teddy Ursa to 30. That's going to help me so much more with party space later. Okay, that's great. I'm happy.
At least we got us to 30.
Yeah, at least it was 30 by accident. So basically, the idea behind throwing these things at the nobles is they've been sent into a frenzy by some lightning bolts that just strike them. And the theory that was devised by the professor is that if we throw little bags of their favorite food at them, eventually they will calm down and come to their senses. And that's what each of these little bombs are, is their favorite food wrapped in a ball. And it works, you know, as silly as it is, it does get the job done.
It's definitely an interesting strat.
Yeah. We've got a little bit more cutscenes to watch, so if there's any more announcements, now's a great time.
Oh, yes, we do indeed. Give me 1 second. Here we go. We have received a $10 donation from Thomas Patrick WX,
Hey, T-Pat.
Pot.
who says, here's to one of the best friends a speedrunner can have. I don't even need to give this man luck, because that's how incredible he is at Legends Arceus. But good luck anyways. You'll need it for the Dusk Zone.
Oh boy, topical.
Thank you so much indeed for that generous donation. We've also received $10 without a comment from Veriphage. So thank you so much again for your donations towards NAMI. Remember, we still have the bid war between the Diamond and Pearl. Choose your clan.
How's that doing, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just having a check for you. We are currently sitting on $108.50 for Diamond and $25 for Pearl. So if you want to make halqery's life a little bit more difficult, get your donations in towards Pearl, or if you want to get us quicker to Kingdom Hearts, put your money on Diamond. Thank you very much indeed, and back to you.
All right, so I kind of had to focus there because I didn't remember what gender my original Starly was. So I had to go check in the box. I need the other one now in order to, okay, sorry. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I needed the other gender of Starly because Staravia needs 2 different forms caught. So if I evolve a male and I evolve a female, that is Starly's, both of Stravia's, forms obtained. And throughout this area, I will be, getting levels on that Starly and evolving it. And the first fight in the game is against an Ice type, and I want to lose, so it's a great thing to throw out there. I'm going to check Ginter again, because I have refreshed his inventory by catching 20 Pokemon. I don't want any of those, actually. I'm good. But I do need some of these. Sure. Alright, good enough. Yeah, feather balls suck for what we're trying to do in this run. They have the worst catch rate in the game unless you are specifically using them on Pokemon that fly way high in the air that like you normally can't obtain with any other ball. In which case that is like a 3x catch rate. But on the ground they suck. And in this category we have no use for them. And then heavy balls have just officially, as of right now, outstayed their welcome because we just unlocked the ability to craft great balls, which are better. So both of those items were pretty much useless from Ginter.
Now we should be moving into coastlands.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually where we will find the Spiel.
Yes. Yes, we're going to meet your family. So there is going to be a section in this next area where we pretty much have 2 minutes to do whatever we want on essentially an auto-scroller. And one of those things is going to involve completing Spiel's research because it's just right there in the way for us.
Yep. Just feed 4, catch 3.
So this will probably be the only appearance of the Spiel in the entire marathon canonically in the game. I'm proud to offer that to you, buddy. So, yeah, right now we're about to be warped to the beach for a cutscene with the professor. The professor's just kind of, not the professor, the commander. The commander's just kind of gaslighting us like the whole time, like nobody trusts you. You know, you're new to this world, nobody trusts you. And everyone's just blatantly trusting us. And the commander's like, you fell out of the sky. Nobody has any reason to trust you, be careful. And then it ends up, spoiler alert, he's the one that doesn't trust us when everything hits the fan. So, he's just kind of like, we settled this land and we're, happy to take people in like we're doing right now. And,
Yep.
I don't trust Pokemon, but you do, and that's highly suspicious. It's essentially his point here. He doesn't trust Pokemon. He doesn't like how much we trust Pokemon.
No.
I think he says Pokemon are tools or something like that. I don't know.
Something along those lines.
He's not a fan. Yeah, these are new settlers that are just here. They really mean nothing to the plot. They're just here for a plot device to kind of explain how people constantly settle in Hisui and in the Galaxy team. I didn't see them have to catch a Bidoof, Shinx, and a Starly, but,
Right.
that's to each their own. I guess if you get here by boat instead of falling out of the sky, you're treated better. So, we have to go talk to the commander in his office, but first I'm going to warp to the crafting shop. Because you may have noticed in the entirety of Crimson Mirelands, I did not break a single tumblestone block. Because it's going to be more optimal to just come over here and buy it from the crafting shop, despite the fact that he gives us a side quest as soon as we talk to him for the first time. But it's not really that long, and it's faster than getting off Weirdier, throwing Pokemon down to break the ore, and then getting back on Weirdier. It's over and over and over again. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. We can craft 20 great balls now, and I already had 7, so that's fine. Okay, now we're going to go back to the Galaxy Hall. This should be enough to catch everything we need to catch in the next area. Although I would like some more Pokeballs, as I currently am sitting on a hot 0. And not everything needs a great ball. And as backup, I only have 6 heavy balls. But luckily, Pokeballs are the only balls by default that you can buy from the security core guy. I was actually supposed to buy some, I think, in the last area, but I just forgot. And it didn't actually end up hurting me, which is interesting. Yeah,
I got the research we needed, so.
Yeah, the security core guy sells them to you for $100 each. But not too bad, and I definitely still have the money for that, I reckon. Okay, so we are off to the Cobalt Coastlands, home of the Spheal, land of the brave. But first, we have to meet with Leon. He's just kind of being messy, just kind of talking smack about the the warden that lives here, Polina. I don't know why it's unprompted and unwarranted. He's like, man, she's something else. And then, I guess as an apology for wasting our time with gossip, he gives us some grit items that we're not going to use. That's cool. And catch them all, we'd greatly appreciate those, because the grit is essential to taking care of the post-game fights like we're going to see. But luckily, my Galliot is pre-gritted, so we don't have to worry about that.
Grit items basically increasing the power, like the stats of your Pokemon.
Yeah, basically they combine EVs and IVs into one stat called an effort level or an EL. By default, Pokemon have 0 to 3 ELs. 0 is 0 to 21 IV. 1 is 21 to 26. This is rough. 2 is 26 to 30, and then 3 EL is 31 IV in a traditional Pokemon game. And then from there, each grit item increases the EL by 1 and goes up to 10. So, like I said, they combined ELs and they combined IVs and EVs into one stat, and also made it to where you can just increase them with items, which is extremely good, especially when you get bad natures on Pokemon that you need for critical fights like that. But luckily, as far as any percent is concerned, no Pokemon that will obtain is too bad to run with. This is not an advertisement for the Pro Clan. Please don't pick it. She's not.
Please do.
She's not
please
that
do.
great. That's all she does. She's a one-trick pony. I promise Adaman's cooler. So anyways, we're going to fight her Glaceon. And the reason we picked Starly as the Pokemon to go out right now, aside from the fact that we still need to evolve it, Starly actually has less defense than Wurmple. So in the event that Glaceon goes for Baby Doll Eyes, Eevee can kill Starly right now, but I don't know if Eevee can kill Wurmple. Because Wurmple's a bit more built different than Starly somehow. But yeah, that was the perfect RNG. I got crit by the Ice Beam, which did lose like half a second or something, but I'll take that over getting Baby Doll Eyes any day. It loses like 15 seconds.
I do appreciate not killing the Glaceon because that's my second favorite evolution.
We already killed one. You must have missed it.
Oh no, I'm aware. I just choose to forget that fact.
Oh yeah. Makes sense. Okay.
Umbreon is better than Glaceon, which is better than all the others.
Umbreon sucks. Like, objectively, Umbreon sucks. Dark is a terrible defensive type, and all it has is defenses. Alright, because we only have Starly in our party, we have to like wait for it to come back every time we want to, rummage through the grass. And here, we're going to be doing a strat that I stole from my Catchmall route. We have 10 split apricorns. That's pretty good. I forgot to buy those Pokeballs. I'll do it when I warp back. It's fine. I need these to not all be Machokes. Thank you. So you may be wondering how you're going the wrong way. That's true, but there's a way to get to my destination up there on that cliff that is not necessarily developer intended or endorsed. Is there no other Machoke? Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's so unlucky. There's no other Machops. Okay. I guess we don't finish Machop then. And I can't throw a heavy ball, I guess. Yeah, they're all Machokes, and that's extremely uncommon. Okay. Anyways, as I said, there's an alternative way to get up there, and we're going to be climbing this. You better jump than that. There we go. Now, this is actually worse now because we didn't get the 4 Machop spawns, but it's whatever. It's fine. And we did get a Vulpix spawn, which is really good. Oh, and I still need 2 Beautiflies because I didn't catch that one at the beginning. Good to know. Oops. Sorry, little guy. Overcorrected is all. I have 5 sensitivity on. It could have happened to anybody. Hope you understand. Alright, it's my 4th feed. I was just neglecting Vulpix. Oops. Sinful. I need to feed Vulpix 2 more times. They both need 4 feeds and 1 catch. So this is Vulpix's 3rd feed. So I'm going to feed it this raspberry as the 4th feed, because the raspberries actually give a permanent in quotation marks boost to the catch rate until it despawns. And it also gets a catch rate boost while it's eating, so it's like double. And then in a Great Ball, it has literally no chance of escape, I think. Right, this one is female, but I don't think it matters. I'm just used to tracking it. What? That was over! Okay. Yeah, the alpha shots can knock you down, as demonstrated. Alright, cool. Beautiflies were not an issue, luckily. Oh, right, I need to bring it back first. Right. So that's gonna Starly. Goodness, thank God. And I want to double check Beautifly in my research real quick, just to make sure it's done. I'm not certain. They didn't actually kill any of them with rock type moves. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I need to catch 2 more. Okay, that's fine. We have a lot of daylight left. Yeah, I was supposed to defeat them with rock type moves, but I was just too rattled by the fact that I couldn't catch one and they were all aggroing on me, so I just kind of spammed Ember on them. Because currently I think it's sitting at rank 9, unless I'm mistaken. There's a few more that we'll find, so it's fine. Now's a great time for any announcements to read.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have received a $25 anonymous donation without any comment. But thank you very much indeed. And we've received $10 from a Dr. Ray Quaza, who says, put this $10 towards the Luca Hugs Chrono Bid War incentive. Now, I need to point out that, unfortunately, we don't really have one of those, but instead of that, that has gone towards the blindfolded Data Young Xehanort for Kingdom Hearts 3. That's currently sitting on $117 out of the 2,500 needed. So we're quite a way to go on that. We've got a bit of time, but please keep your donations coming in. And an update, we're still sitting at $108.50 on Diamond and Pearl at $25. So you're running out of time to get that changed if you want to get your donations in for that. Thank you very much indeed, and back to you.
So I have an idea on how to fix the Beautifly problem. There's going to be a part at the end of this little evening segment I'm about to do. Sfeel update, by the way. We're getting Sfeel in a moment here. Spoiler alert. And Beautifly just has to use Stun Spore to finish. So if I have any extra time at the end of this segment, I'm going to just use Stun Spore on the Beautifly that I have in my party, while I'm waiting for the game to progress to nighttime. So let's feel. We're going to feed 4. and catch 3 of them. Which shouldn't be too bad, especially if I'm backstriking them with Great Balls. That scared me. I thought it came from
I was like,
me.
wait.
I was like, oh, they're angry. Alright, that should be good. Alright, we got 3. Cool. Easy. They did great
Killed the
work.
goat.
I still forgot to buy those Pokeballs. It's fine. I have plenty of greats. It just means we're probably doing Pokeball Finneon. Oh, that was a nice jump. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually like on a very tight timer, so I need to focus on like movement and see if there's 2 Togepie's here. There's not. Cool, that makes my life a lot easier. But that does make me miss out on some research, so I'm a little bit sad. Speaking of research, I can go ahead and start Golduck. But we're not going to finish Golduck until the next area. Oh, there's one of my more beautiful eyes, I think. Oh, fuck it. Screw it. We're going to go ahead and catch these 2, hopefully. Alright, I'm going to go for it one time. I'm kind of burning on my time to catch Chatot. That's fine. Alright, thank God. Okay, we're good. I don't know if I have time to feed these, though. It's almost nighttime. They're about to disappear. Oh, no, that was the Stravia. Ugh. Okay. I forget this other one of them were fine, even though it didn't catch during the daytime. All right, we got 1 Chatot, that's fine. Okay, bro. You know what? We're gonna use our Stun Spore on you since you decided to act like a clown today. All right, and that is beautifully done. And a status actually increases the catch rate tremendously. So, we have an Ultra Ball in the bag too, because those boxes I broke have a chance to drop like really good items, especially items we can't make yet. And we need a Dusclops for the story right now. That's actually super convenient.
Yes, we do.
All right. Oh, please tell me that thing didn't just see me. I forgot to craft.
That story guarantees you the Basque Legion, which then allows you to basically surf.
You scare 4 of these Duskulls. Then catch 1. I don't care if it sees me or not. I care if it gets in or not, though. Alright, cool. Nice. I do need to catch 1 more Dusthawks as well on my way back over to Iskin. Probably one that doesn't see me and want me dead. Brother.
Come on, those are
This is
fitting.
every one of these is a coin flip.
There we go.
That was 50% every single time. Yeah, it was 50%. It was going to get in or it wasn't going to get in. And it kept choosing not get in, which is not to my benefit. If that gets in, it's 20 points, whatever. Yeah, it wasn't really likely to get in. Drifloon, maybe, but not Drifblim. I'm gonna go over here for 3 more raspberries. Okay, so not too bad for that part. It's really, really tight on execution. It's one of the hardest parts of the run just because I have exactly 2 minutes from the time I set evening in the game to get everything I need to get done, and do Chatot and stuff, and then get to that area where the Dusclops spawns. And nothing really went terribly. I didn't finish Chatot's research outright. But that's fine, because Chatot's going to be very important in our fights at the end of this area. And I'll need to use moves on it, like Air Cutter. So, we'll be fine. I'm glad I got the Beautifly done. I'm glad I noticed that it wasn't done, because that might have been awkward. Because from rank 9 and 90 points, essentially, to rank 10 and 200 points. There's a 110 point swing just for a tiny action like that. So it's very, very vital that we just make sure as many of those are done as possible.
Makes a big difference throughout the run.
Yeah, we're coming up on a pretty massive cutscene. If you have any more things to read.
I do indeed. We have received $100 from Ashen Prime, who says, more marathon is more better. Clan Pearl all the way.
Yes.
Was that $100?
That was $100.
Where are we at now?
I'm just going
You
to check.
you stop.
I'm just going to check to see if it's coming up. Right, need to check that one because we're currently sitting at 108.50 for diamond and 25 for pearl, but we'll look into that and see if we can get that sorted out.
Go.
Now, remember that all your donations go towards NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And also, RPG Limit Break is proud to once again partner with The Yeti to bring you 5 awesome t-shirts that are now available. You can see them on the screen at the moment. Head over to theyeti, YETEE.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs, pick up the ones you want, and know that $5 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember, the Yeti is spelled YETEE, theyeti.com/RPGLB.
Okay, so I got kind of mixed up. I thought I only needed one more Dust Hogs because for some reason I thought I had already evolved a Cascoon. I hadn't. So this is my second Dust Hogs.
But that should now finish it.
Yeah, now, well, not quite yet. We need to do a strong poison powder, which we're going to do in a bit. But that is a quick fix. Thank God I had a Cascoon in my inventory. Yeah, just a lot of cognitive overload, as Corv May says, with this category. What else do I need? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I need Pachirisu. There we go. I probably should buy those Pokeballs now. Just not very many, just a few. Let's go. So this is the longest cutscene in the game. Longest single uninterrupted cutscene in the 80% portion of the game. Let me make sure you're done, little goober. Alright, cool. You passed the test. Yeah, so this is the cutscene where we get introduced to Basculegion, which is the new evolution for Basculin in this game. The way you get it is very sad. You have to take 294, if I remember correctly, recoil damage without dying. So you have to keep like damaging it with recoil, then healing it up, and then damaging it with recoil until it's ready to evolve. And it's kind of brutal. Because apparently the whole idea of Basculegion is that it's like got like thousands of its dead friends, you know, kind of giving it soul energy or something like that. And that's why I needed the Dusclops to make the food spooky, because the food wasn't spooky enough that it needed to eat.
Do we have a moment for a quick update on the
Absolutely.
clan bid war? Okay, we have looked at that, and choosing the clan, we currently have $108.50 towards Diamond. In the lead with $125 is Pearl.
Let's go.
Okay, so remember, if you want to affect that, please get your donations in. All going towards NAMI. Absolutely amazing cause. And we get to see the slightly more challenging route as well. Maybe.
More Pearl.
Possibly.
Everyone donate for Pearl.
Back
I
to
might
you.
yellow ball it. That'd be content. Yeah, I'm notorious for that endgame Pokemon battle with the legendary. So I mentioned that the instant ball throw is 19% to catch. I once got that 6 times in a row, and I didn't really realize how much of an anomaly that was. I was like, oh, is that 1 in 600? And I was talking to the second best player in the world for this game. He's like, heck, that's 1 in 65,000 or 6 million or something outrageous. And I didn't realize that 19% 5 times in a row was that
Just get lucky.
much of an anomaly of a statistic. Obviously, it's absurd, yes, but I didn't think it was that crazy. But I don't, obviously I'm due for not getting it
Right.
to offset that. So maybe it's not the best idea. Yeah, we only have a safe theoretically consistent strat for Dialga. Palkia, the rules go out the window, and I just try my best. Yeah, we're gonna use that very strong skill I have of just making it work and just figuring it out. So they've kidnapped the wrong Growlithe because they saw the bigger one and thought that was the real like Lord's apprentice. Oh, the Lord of this area drowned at some point, I think.
Yeah.
This Arcanine, this little guy behind us, is dad drowned. So this Growlithe right behind us is set to be like the new Lord of the area, but he just, I don't know, he's not, he's got a chip on his shoulder. He can't handle responsibility or whatever. But he's got a big Growlithe friend, and that's the one that the Misfortunes just took because they thought that was the new Lord. And boy, were they mistaken. So we have Basculegion, and I guess I'll give you guys a short taste tester for the glitch exhibition. If you do hops off the water, but kind of time it well, you can kind of chain it together infinitely. Like that. Where like it's giving you like the double jump animation, but it's not a double jump. It's just a cool little visual glitch. Unfortunately, this is no longer. Oh, that's that. I don't think this thing's very fast. Okay, it is very fast. Okay, it's still alive. Goodness. I tried to backstrike and I missed somehow. I don't know how I missed the giant balloon, but you know, skill issue. All right, it does tox his health. It doesn't matter. I just needed it to survive that. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop a stealth spray, because I told you I would tell you when you can get attached. Now you can get attached. The first member of our final team is this one of these Shellos. The first member of our final team is a Gastrodon. I'm gonna be taking the highest level I see. That's good enough. Screw it. I don't feel like sitting around here looking for anything better. Alright, that one was 34, so punish. That's okay. 34 is the highest level that can be over here. And I took a 33. I'll explain this that I'm doing right now later. It's kind of complicated. That was beautiful.
Very nice.
Huh? What are you doing? What did Patrice... Whatever. Anyways. So, the tentacles, when you approach them, they go underwater and hide. And it's really, really, really annoying when you need to catch them. So, what Shady Gamer X, you know, the best player in Europe for this game, has figured out is if you jump over their heads, it kind of forces them to come out of the water. That definitely makes life a lot easier. But then you have to like turn around and dismount and throw a ball, and it's really, really technical, and I think it looks really cool, but it's, you know, still really stressful. I couldn't target the Finneon because I targeted the Drifloon first. And you will not hear me disparage this game very often, but one thing I will disparage is the targeting system. It is so bad. Air Finneon, love to see it. Oh my god, I gotta go back to that other Finneon. I shouldn't, but I will. Technically, 2 Finneons is like effectively decent, because 2 of these things gives me 80 points, which is really good. But 4 finishes it, so we have that now.
And now we'll just casually see the Magby.
I'm not gonna look over there. I'm gonna just climb up the wall. I refuse to look at it.
So for
There's
those who don't know,
Go for it.
in the catch 'em all, Magby is the single worst catch in the entire game.
It is 6% at best, and it is surrounded by things that want to kill you. On an average day, it's a 4% to show up in 6 different slots. So whatever that is, math geeks, go for it, but it's not fun. Let me make sure our buddies evolved here. And we have the first member of our final team.
Turns out Gastrodon is really good.
Gastrodon's amazing. Gastrodon has amazing stats, amazing typing.
Water ground is really good.
One thing they did change in this game, people may not know, is they did change super effective to 1.5, and then super effective, you know, what was ×4 to 2.25. So a water type move on a rock ground type isn't exactly going to be ×4 damage, but it'll still be a decent amount of damage. And that's not why Gastrodon's good. Gastrodon can completely wall one of the later, more challenging fights because one of the Pokemon in that fight has nothing but electric moves.
That's the Electivire, isn't it?
Yeah. Need to make sure I pre-change the wheel to Chatot, because Chatot is who I want to lead the next battle with. So I'm going to be fighting these 3 members back to back to back. And this was the reason I had Vulpix in the party, and I might have mentioned it here, that we might have been bringing Quilava back. If I didn't get a Vulpix, I would have had to bring Quilava as a backup to beat the Abomasnow. Yeah, we have Toxicroak again. And I don't know whether Air Cutter alone is going to do it for Chatot, but just to be safe and make sure we hit rank 10 on Chatot, I'm going to go for Agile Air Cutter. Alright, thank God we hit. Air Cutter's not a 100% accurate move.
No, I do believe it's 95.
That was close. And Strong Style will actually increase the accuracy of inaccurate moves, but Agile just kind of leaves it be. Luckily, it could be worse. It could make it less accurate.
It could.
Luckily, the game developers were feeling nice. So we're going to have Gastrodon lead this 3rd battle. Because I just said that Water type against Rock Ground isn't as good as it used to be. That really shows here because the nerds did the math. And Earth Power is actually going to do more damage than Water Pulse, if you can believe it. Actually, I'm actually going to go for Mud Bomb. Yeah, sure, we'll still do it. This is a tiny Gastrodon. I'm just realizing that. This thing is small. Like, every Pokemon has its own size, and this thing is microscopic. This might be the smallest Gastrodon I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy moly. But yeah, now that I'm obscured, which is basically my evasiveness going up, Gengar is going to be forced to use Dark Pulse and get a crit, thank God. Oh, I didn't think it was my turn. Okay. That still kills. Okay. I'll take it. I wasn't paying attention. He normally goes for 2 Dark Pulses right there. I wasn't supposed to get a turn. I don't know what happened.
So for those who don't know, in this game, the Pulse moves, so like Dark Pulse.
Oh, right. That's one thing I've never explained. Go for it.
They completely ignore the accuracy checks.
Doesn't make any sense. It has no precedent in any other game, but any move that has the word pulse at the end of the move does not miss, ever, under any circumstances. And we're going to see that during the Volo and Arceus incentive. It's going to be very, very important to helping us get through that.
Yep.
But yeah, Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Dark Pulse. I think those are the only Pulse moves. Yeah, they never miss.
I think so, yeah.
And it doesn't make any sense. They can miss perfectly fine in any other game, but in Arceus they decided to make all those moves, avoid accuracy checks.
I wanted to say Aura, but I'm like, no, that's Aura Sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And Aura Sphere never misses anyway.
Yeah. It might as well be a Pulse move.
Might as well be.
So I skipped a cutscene, but the Growlithe decided to evolve, and we were all happy for it, that it finally overcame its fears, and then it got struck by lightning. So now it's angry.
This is one of those Hisuian forms. So Hisuian, Growlithe, and Arcanine are, well, it's changes from the original Growlithe and Arcanine, which is just a pure fire type, and now they are fire and rock.
Fire and rock. So that Arcanine drowning in the water really hurt.
Yes.
Because water is double effective on it. But yeah, this fight used to be very, very, very complicated because we kind of had to just react to the RNG that we got. But we found a new strat, like, not recently, but like kind of like halfway between the game's release and now. This game came out in the beginning of 2022. Where if you're in the middle, Arcanine wants to go to the middle. And we can kind of manipulate that into having Arcanine pretty much do whatever we want, like to act in a predictable way. It'll want to go to the middle because we're in the middle, and then it'll want to charge at us because we're out of the middle, and there's no other patterns we can get. It's if we're in the middle, it goes to the middle, and then otherwise it charges at us. Otherwise, it charges to somewhere else, and it gets messy, but here we go.
This is the perfect way to show, like, while it charges you, you can do that dodge roll kind of a thing, and you're completely immune, even though it literally goes right through you.
Have an NA aim right now. I got really greedy with that, but it worked out. Now, even though there's a fire in the middle, I'm not exempt from my strategy. I'll take the burn. Very minimal damage. Doesn't even knock me down. He'll come back to the middle again. Oh, no, he won't. Alright, he's dead anyway. It's fine. That was silly. I was very deep in the fire. I don't know why he didn't jump to the middle. Oh well, it worked out. Alright, so that is the third boss down. And our other Teddy Ursa is ready to evolve, thank goodness. And we have some cutscenes to just kind of like ride us out of this area, so if you have any more announcements to read, now's a good time.
We do indeed. We have received a $10 donation from Keishura, who says, "This goes towards Diamond, because I think Adaman is cute. And I don't really care if it's faster."
There you go. There you go. Whatever the reason, I'll accept any and all supporters of Diamond Clan.
Well, I need to give you an update on that. We are still looking very, very close in the Choose the Clan bid war. We have 118.50 now on Diamond and 125 on Pearl.
I got $7. If it gets down to it, I'll whip my phone.
Very close.
Oh.
So, yep, keep those donations coming in. Absolutely fantastic to see it so close. So, yes, please keep those donations coming in. Back to you.
I'll pay $7 to save a minute of my time and everyone else's time. That's a cost I'm willing to bear. But yeah, this is the hardest area in the game, and it was very stressful, but I'm glad it's over. But now, depending on how many points we have right now, we need to finish a certain number of Pokemon in Coronet Highlands. So I'll need to take a look at the number we have and consult a chart because I can't do math. I have math that someone else has done for me. Because the first time I tried to do it and add it to the official guide, I completely had it all wrong.
Math do be difficult.
Math is hard, dude. Alright. So we need to evolve this Teddy Ursa before I forget. Gives me time to get to my chart. Okay. I'm not gonna scroll through the research like I did on every other area and just kind of explain what we're doing. We'll check for one thing though. Gold after right. 65.
Perfect.
Okay, so we have 6,500, and we have like a partially completed Golduck, which we're not supposed to have right now. Let's subtract 40 from that, essentially. That's 6,520. If I get an extra 100 points, I can get away with doing 6 extra Pokemon, so we're pretty low on points, actually. I have 10 total stuns. So I guess I'll plan for doing 6 extra Pokemon aside from our guaranteed catches of Yanma and the Skuntank in the next area, because we need them. Skuntank is a final member of the team, and Yanma's pretty much it's too easy to pass up. Pretty much, like it's got really, really, really good catch rates, and you might as well just do it.
And they literally spawn everywhere, and with the stealth spray up, you're perfectly fine.
Yeah, and they as well they're very important for the fights in Coordinate Highlands. So one thing to consider though, I have not finished Hippopotas. That's 120 points for me when I catch the third one. Let's see.
Which again, Hippopotas we can also catch here in the Highlands.
Yeah. So 6 is a very safe number to work off of. So I'll need to kind of just decide as I play out this next area which 6 are going to be my optional 6. My options are Yanmega, Golduck. I'm going to count Golduck because I've already subtracted the points in my head that I already have from it. Yanmega, Golduck, which I'll probably do Golduck anyway. Gligar, Hippowdon, Toxicroak, Mischievous or Voltorb or Ghastly if it spawns.
No Cleffa?
Cleffa and Fairy are so slow.
Yes, they are.
You have to go to this very individual area and you have to feed them, and it just takes so long.
They're painful, don't do it.
It eats up so much of the valuable nighttime that you have.
Why not just do the Electivire? I mean, there's a free alpha there, right?
I can't catch that with the required stars to be at. That thing's mean.
Yeah, so this game has things known as alphas, which are basically essentially massive Pokemon.
They're very big.
They're very big and much more powerful. More often than not, they're actually severely overleveled compared to everything else.
Yeah, if I had finished Machop, I would have had like an extra 120 points or so on top of all that. So it's just really a bummer that I didn't even get 4 Machop spawns. Well, I guess in that case, if Machop, I think Machop can spawn in this next area somewhere. So if I see it, I'll catch it, but it's not likely.
Where does it spawn here?
It spawns like sometimes where the Machoke spawn, near where the Cleffas and Clefairies are.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a unlikely spawn.
I forgot Choke spawns over there.
Yeah, it's an unlikely spawn on the Choke spawn. 51's fine.
Don't you also get Mischievous here?
Mischievous is a potential option, yeah. So we have the most powerful ball we're gonna get in this game, in this run, the leaden ball. I hate calling it the leaden ball because that word just has no oomph to it, so I say leaden, forgive me. I think that sounds a lot better. And they're basically heavy balls that have just a better catch rate. But they have a better catch rate than the great ball, which is the important part, so we have to use them. Otherwise, we just play unoptimally. So you might be wondering why we still have Gastrodon if this is the fight we're supposed to lose. Leaf Blade just kills. There is a very rare occurrence. So for a while, Leaf Blade was the only outcome we ever got here. And then Thomas Patrick WX, our friend we heard from earlier, unlocked a new time loss. He saw this Leafeon use Calm Mind. And then later that week, me and Shady Gamer X had it happen to us that same week. So he unlocked the time loss for the rest of us. Good guy, T-Pat. Love that guy.
Shoutouts to Teapot.
Some of the most horrifically unlikely things I've ever heard of in Pokemon speedrunning have happened to T-Pat. That man does not deserve the hell he's been put through in these games.
In any of the games, like, I feel for the guy.
Yeah.
Fantastic run, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's one of the few people in the world that have a 349 or better in this game. And he did it on physical, which loses a few minutes, which is crazy. Okay. So the first thing we're going to be doing in the Coronet Highlands here is setting the game to evening, because Yanma has a modifier for being caught during the evening, which is actually, I think, double points for it.
I do believe so, yes.
I caught at least one earlier, I'm certain of it. So I'm just going to catch 2 more here, at the very least. And then I'm going to attempt to catch Yanmega. Yanmega is not guaranteed to get in. It does not cooperate. It does not elaborate. It just leaves, and you know that whole thing. But if if 2 of them get in and they don't spot me, then we are massively chilling, unbelievably chilling. I think that one saw me. Yeah, he saw me clear as day. Good. Okay, that is my 3rd Yanma, but I don't know if that's my 3rd unspotted Yanma. Oh, I got a Yanmega. Cool. Fine. That is
3
not
of 4.
fun. Come on. 3 out 4 unspotted?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, they're not getting in anyway, so convenient. I'm gonna wait to see if that Yanmega's unspotted. Nope. Unfortunate. Oh well. Well, we
We
have
did
like
have one that was unspotted for Yanmega.
yeah, we have Yanmega done like most of the way, but we're not finishing it because we needed that second unspotted. It's very, very, very important. So Yanmega's not one of our 6 to finish, although it is like 80 points or so, so it's decent.
Doesn't hurt.
Might be enough to bump us up a tier.
Because we do remember need to have 8,500 points, and we came into here with just over 6,500.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I think about it, 120 points for Hippo, and then 80 points for Yanmega. That's 200 points. That's one of the Pokemon I can kind of just consider one of mine, I guess. So I guess that is my 1 of 6 extras here. I don't know, I'm coping. But anyways, this is the part of the game where you have to kind of walk with Ingo. He's very slow. There's nothing you can do about it. Although, you can gain unlimited control for like a split second and dash. And you can run like way far ahead of him. And I swear he teleports up to you. So it might save time. I don't know. I'll go for it. I haven't timed it myself though because I'm lazy. I didn't get it. It's like a very tight window to input the dash, and it's like L3, so it's not it's not intuitive. I think Shenanigans ended up remapping dash to a different button, and I wish I had that kind of foresight to get used to dash being on a different button.
Sounds like something Shen would do.
Yeah. Yeah, we're here at the end. Zubat can spawn right here ahead of where we are. If we catch it, that is 20 points for a catch, and it's also 20 points for being caught during the daytime. Because as long as it's not night, it's day, as far as the game is concerned. Even evening is day. And if I catch 2 of them, you know, unlikely, because there had to be 2 of them spawned. Neither. Cool. I could just evolve one and be done with Zubat completely, which is interesting. But Zubat's like 25% in each of those slots, so it's incredibly unlikely to get 2 of them. Alright, so we're going to be bullying more Golducks, as is tradition around here. Come on, man. Cool. I was anticipating a breakout. If this Paris is large, then we'll finish Paris, because we didn't actually finish it earlier. I'm just going to pray that it is. Okay. That's another 120 points for us. So I did notice we had 1 large Paris earlier, and I knew I didn't catch 4. So that helps a tremendous amount. Cool.
And now we see our best friend in the run.
Our best friend. I haven't even addressed it yet because it shouldn't be here, but that is Melly. Melly is objectively part of... Melly being in this game makes this game objectively a worse product I'll say it. Melly is obstructive for no reason. He just constantly barricades our progress for no discernible reason and completely has no validation to make up for it. Like, no satisfying fight against Melly to, you know, give the player satisfaction, like, yeah, I put you in your place. No, he just kind of, like, messes with us, makes the game longer, and then disappears and doesn't elaborate. Like, it's not good gameplay. It's just filler. Melly, the only redeemable quality about Melly is that he has one of the funniest lines in the game, in the postgame. In the postgame, you end up catching, like, the legendaries like Heatran, Cresselia, Regigigas, and all them. Cresselia comes here to where, you know, Melly's beloved Electrode is supposed to sleep. And Melly's like, please do something about that flying croissant. I guess Cresselia looks like a croissant, I guess? I don't know. I don't see the correlation, but it's
I don't either.
It's the only redeemable quality about Melly.
I don't even know that that's redeemable.
You got a chuckle out of me. It's good enough. It's more than the rest of Melly content gives me. God, Melly makes me so angry.
I
Anyway,
think Melee does that to everyone who ever plays this game.
yeah, I've gotten used to actually deliberately looking at my notes so I don't have to look at Melly. I just remember being so angry that this character is just here and just not helping and just being so unlikable. So clearly, I'm supposed to not like the character. It's clear. I get it. But at least give me a fight against Melly, or like, I don't know, something to make me feel validated. So we're gonna start off with a Yanma against this fight. We're gonna fight Ingo here. Ingo is the Warden of Sneasler, which is a new evolution for the Hisuian variant of Sneasel. Hisuian Sneasel and Sneasler are both fighting poison, which is Toxicroak typing, essentially. Those things are broken. They're so broken, we're gonna use 2 of them on our final team. 2 Sneasels. But a Sneasler will allow us to climb cliffs, and I guess Ingo wants to see if we're worthy of controlling the Great One. So we have to fight his Pokemon here.
I think the thing that makes it so broken is the fact that Sneasel is inherently very, very fast, but also has a high attack stat, so it loves to just sit and deal damage.
I mean, the attack stat doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't really,
but
it's fast.
Okay, let it cook. Alright, that's 20 extra points I wasn't expecting. No boost, cool. Love to see it. I don't have another. Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, so Ancient Power has a 10% chance to boost.
20 in this game.
Oh, 20% in this?
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's gross, isn't it?
Because all the other games, it's 10% to give you a +1 in every stat, which is insanely strong.
Cool. Alright, we win now. Because once we hit that first aerial ace at 95%, the strong aerial ace was 100% because I mentioned earlier that strong style moves actually boost accuracy, but it's not perfect. So it did correct that issue. And it's now raining. But that doesn't have too much impact right now. It could affect our final battle in this area. But we'll see if the weather even stays that way that long. Weather starting in this area, weather actually starts to change a little bit more frequently. In the previous areas, it changed every like 4 to 6 minutes, but starting here and in Alabaster Icelands, the next area, it's every 2 to 4 minutes, I believe. And there she is, the keeper of the box. When we use Sneasler as a mount, the player is stuffed in a little box on Sneasler's back. And it's the stupidest looking thing. But you'll see it when I do it, because I'll have to use Sneasler very shortly here. You can technically get all the way up to the top without Sneasler. just by running around the path and whatnot. But the end of the area won't spawn, or won't, like, the flags won't be set unless you beat Ingo. So, Pokemon speedrunner's worst nightmare, flags. Okay, so it works like this. Look at us, we're in that little box right there. Alright, so I need to use a stealth spray. I'd like to heal Gastrodon and Yanmega. Accidental Ursaluna moment. The one appearance, hopefully, that Ursaluna will have in this run. Oops. I'm actually not happy that looked at me. Because these Glagars down here with a leading ball at level they're at are guaranteed catches. Can you get up? Alright. So I need to catch 3 more, and I need a female. One's asleep. It's female, perfect. That's probably a guaranteed catch. They keep looking at me. Need 2 more, I need them not look at me. That's so unlikely. These are like 95% catches. Alright, cool. That should have been unspotted. We'll see though. Oh god, I'm way farther back than I thought it was. Oh, that was not unspotted somehow. Okay. This one's asleep. I thought that was its back. Oops. That's fine. It worked out. Alright, I'm trying to get down safely. I got completely disoriented by the breakouts and stuff. It's fine. It's being so dramatic. Okay, so I already popped another stealth. I'm gonna come up here because this is where Toxicroak is, and Toxicroak, we've already done research on it from defeating it like twice and once with a psychic move, which is double points on it. So technically we're already done with Toxicroak right now, just off of those 2 scares. But I would like to see as much points as I can get on Toxicroak right now. Alright, cool. Every one of these scares is 20 points. So I only needed 2, but I got 2 extra, so it's 40 extra points. Make our count a little bit more solid. These are stunkies. That's a skunk tank. Very cool. I was concerned for a second. Let me make sure I get a hit the toss. I don't know how I just accomplished that, but that was cool. I threw the ball over the Hippowdon onto the Hippopotas.
It worked.
I need you to get in. I do need you to get in. This is no longer optional, as if that ever was. Alright, cool. Alright, so that is going to be...
also a very good poke.
Yeah, Skuntank is another member of our final team. We literally only need it for like 1 or 2 fights. In all lords, you don't even need it at all. Because any usefulness it has is after the final lord defeated. I don't need these stealth sprays much longer, so I'm trying to just burn them. That was unlucky. That got in somehow, okay. Oh boy, a snowstorm. Wait, that's just snow, never mind. Alright, cool.
Casually turns out that 2 of the main pokes that we used in the back half of this run happen to be poison types.
And spoilers, they're both Sneasels.
And
Skuntank. Yeah.
Skuntank's poison dark.
Just thinking, oh, this is the final member of our team right here. That's cool. Thank God it did that. Alright, cool. Alright, so there is a Ghastly spawn here. I'm gonna scare it like 3 times. One more, please. Don't look at me. Alright, I'm going to make this stealth spray work until I've caught both the Ghastly, which I've already caught because it's like guaranteed at this point. I think I need a second Ghastly or more, I don't know. We'll see. And I need to catch these Mistrevises down here. And I need to make sure the Alpha Mismagus does not see me because it'll make all the Mistrevises despawn. How the hell did you pick out? The nerve. You can catch these Misdreavuses with a Pokeball, so that is very... How? How did you see me? Alright, whatever. Like, I need 2 of them unspotted. That's non-negotiable. Alright, there we go. Cool. Now that's unspotted. I would like a refund. Or that is spotted, rather. Okay. It sucks that my Stealth Spray wore out right then and there. We need to scare these Voltorbs.
Yeah, 2 of 2 unspotted. That should be fine.
Yeah, it's perfect. Hope that was 2 scares right there. Oh, that's 3 scares. Alright, now I just need to catch these 3 Voltorbs and then we should be good. Well, that's certainly good on Voltorb after we do that. Oh, there's another Ghastly right there. There's no... Okay. What? Unbelievable. Huh? Did that not hit you? Please get it. Please get it. Thank you. Good lord. Never had to work so hard for a Ghastly in my life. Alright. That should be good enough for Ghastly, hopefully. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. That should be 8,500 points, because what are the optionals I did? I did Golduck. I caught Paris and finished Paris. I finished Hippo, so that's 240 points right there. And I did like most of Yanmega. Misdreavus, Gligar, Toxicroak, probably Ghastly, Voltorb. I think we're fine. We should be fine.
We should be.
Especially with all the bonus points I got, like on Toxicroak, when I only needed to scare it twice and I scared it like 2 extra times, we should be fine. So yeah, this is like what it's like to run this game. It's like you constantly have to change your route depending on what shows up, and you constantly have to kind of do like mental math about like, you know, how close are you to 8,500. I'm terrible at math, as previously established, so it's a struggle. But I think we are indeed in the clear. We'll see. Alright, I'm actually gonna live. I'm actually gonna live Flamethrower now, which is whatever. I'm gonna use Ancient Power again, I guess. So, Gastrodon has a better range to kill. Nice double boost. Those 2 20% in a row. Okay, so Smelly's down, that's cool. And all that stands between us and getting through the rest of this game is the Alpha Electrode. Noble Electrode, sorry. Lord Electrode. Lord Circle. Which they've actually changed to an electric grass type in this game. I don't know if you noticed, but the Voltorbs did look a little bit funny. They're Hisuian forms as well, and they're also electric grass.
Which is an interesting typing.
Yeah, they have a new blow-up move called Chloroblast. It's like really strong, but has like a ton of recoil damage.
And Voltorb and Electrode did like to go boom.
Yeah, and they evolve with a Leaf Stone now.
Which is odd.
Very, very odd. It's the only Pokemon in the game that you like have to evolve with the Leaf Stone too. You can evolve Leafeon with a Leaf Stone in this game, but there's a rock in the first area that's a lot better to get to. Okay. Alright, so the strategy for Electrode. Just beat it before it gets to its final attack, which we have dubbed the Tactical Nuke. It's going to go into the air, just ionize the field around you, and then drop down and bring you down to critical health and do a very long knockdown. It's very uncomfortable. But it's going to shoot out these like Electro Balls, like that. And you could sit there and run away from them and try to avoid them the whole battle, but it's going to actually not help. Because you're going to get hit by them eventually whether you like it or not, and they don't even knock you down, so I just take them, and they hit me like that. Like, it's not worth dodging those.
Not when you want to take this thing out as fast as you can.
And I'd be cautious of these falling Voltorbs around me. Because those will knock me down. There's Alpha shouts. Okay. Yeah, it hasn't even thought about doing it yet, so that was very, very good. Okay. So, hopefully, now after all of that, we leave here and the professor tells me with glee that we have 8,500 research points.
Should.
And we have a little bit more cutscene to sit through in this area, so if you have any more messages to read, now's a great time.
Fantastic. Before I do that, though, I would like to ask, where are we on the closure for the bid war? How long have we got before we need to close that off?
We've actually got about 20 minutes left, actually.
Okay, fantastic. Well, just to keep you up to date, we're currently $125 on Pearl and $118.50 on Diamond. So as you hear, chat, you've got about 20 minutes on that before we have to cut that off. We have also received $50 from 5KB without any comment, but thank you so much. And another $25 from Kashura. This will need to be my last donation of the marathon, but thanks Twitch for my payout so I could donate so much this year. I'm not sure how you feel about puns, but I found some that are unexpectedly good. Here goes. What is a Pokemon fan's favorite place to go in France? Paris. Thank you very much indeed for that.
I get it. I caught one of those. I have one of those in my party right now. It's crazy. Topical comedy. And it's getting the hell out of my party right now. So we are going to withdraw a Toxicroak and hope that we've gotten 8,500 points. Otherwise, I'm going to have to just put something back in my party, like Yanma. I should have 8,500 points.
I don't think there's any way you don't.
I'm probably super over, but
More than
I'm
likely.
not nervous. Okay. Not super over. Less than one full Pokemon away, but we're fine. Okay. All right. That was a headache. And none of my party members are like super underleveled to where I need to buy EXP candies. The only case in which I'd actually have to do that is if I had a 53 Haunter, which Haunter can spawn from 53 to 56. So it would literally have to be the worst possible Haunter. But I got a 55, I think, Haunter, so it's fine. Yeah, this run was something. Some of those things, like not getting him a chop and, you know, forgetting to roll out the Butterfreeze, just could have absolutely shattered this run, but we still made it work, just with some hard work in Cobalt Coastline, or Cornet Highlands, to make up for it. Technically, it's optimal.
Like these.
Yeah, I was gonna say, technically it's optimal to just, like, leave it all for Cornet Highlands, because some of the fastest catches in the game are there, like some of the fastest research in the game is there, but not when you're doing a marathon run. You want to make things as safe as possible. But I had to break out my, my big boy skill to do as many things as I could there to make up for it. What were you gonna say?
No, that's just the nature of these kind of runs. Like, no two runs are ever going to be the same, just because of the nature of having to do so many research tasks. You don't know what's going to spawn or anything like that, so.
Yeah, the only thing I fear at this point is that we might be slightly overestimated. Like, I think I'm on like a 351 pace. I watched too many cutscenes. So, other than that, this run's going fine.
On the
And the
bright
rest
side,
of
we
this
do
run.
have the Volo fight and the Arceus fight.
Yes, and the glitch exhibition as well, which I've been practicing all day. Clearly, I haven't been practicing anything else. Yeah, the rest we actually have to do no more research for the run. Matter of fact, if research pops up, it's slow. Like at the end of the day, like at the end of this next area, I've actually conditioned like my Pokemon to where like I'm not gonna accomplish any research. I deliberately did one strong move with Gastrodon earlier just to get the strong move out of the way. Because the next strong move I do won't trigger a research task, but if I had done 3, then it would have. So I need to either do 1 or do 3 strong moves with Gastrodon. But other than that, nobody was going to get research on this day anyway. So, works out. Now we have Toxicroak out because we have to fight Rival again. But this Rival fight has way better AI, I swear. He leads a Mr. Mime with Psychic, which you want to see, but it also has like, Iron Defense and a lot of things we don't want to see. So usually he goes for Psychic, and we'd really like to see that here.
Just a quick, please kill us so we can just move on.
Yes, it was like I said, every fight with Rival, you're not required to win. They're mainly just like tests of strength.
Which is weird considering every other Pokemon game in history you have to win them.
Well, not in Sun and Moon. How you can lose every battle.
Okay, that's fair. The How is also like one of the worst rivals.
Yeah,
to
so it
ever-
hurts to lose to How, even in a speedrun where it's deliberately faster. I think you can even lose like a few fights against Hop, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't know that one because I don't know Swish very well.
Me neither. Anyway.
All I know is Hop is a pain.
Yeah. Hop, like, you're not allowed to like use super effective moves against him. It's like, wow, you really know your type matchups.
Literally every time.
Brother.
Well, that's the start.
He really wants to make sure I die. There we go. Okay. I've never seen him do much more than that, but Shady has had horror stories of how many turns that Mr. Mime will blow just not killing you. Okay. So this is the Alabaster Icelands, the only area in which we do no research. We're literally just going to be accomplishing the story, and that's it. It's pretty empty out here. I really wish that the game had made you get 8,500 here.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just making it so like necessary in Coronet. Because I actually stopped playing this game casually because I was like 1,000 under in Coronet. But like if they had made it like 7,000 in Coronet or something, and they made it 8,500 here, you'd have much more to work with to get through.
Right.
Because like I can't be bothered to do all that. Because the way I tried to play this game casually was just run around, explore the whole map, and catch one of every new thing I saw. Obviously, that doesn't work in this game.
No, it's not.
So, and I learned that the hard way. Once I got through the game, I was like, I really like this game. I like the way the speedrun looks
so
and stuff.
good.
Casually, it wasn't my favorite.
Casually, this is my favorite game on the Switch from Pokemon.
It's all right. As a speedrun, I just absolutely adore it. I have to at this point. All right, so we're going to withdraw all of our fellers. 45 is pretty good. Oh, I need to see that thing speed. And speed's good. Speed's really good.
200?
I don't know if I've ever seen 200 in my life. That's like level 56 plus like plus nature plus like an EL or something. Like 200 speed at 56 is absurd. Yeah, Lopunny's rare. Cool. Bye. Yeah, it feels a little bit empty just not doing anything, but there's literally no reason to get research in this area, so it's fine. Because, at this point, we're no longer capped by anything to finish the game. It's just finish the game as fast as possible. Any percent, as we'd call it. And the any percentage happens to align with the 8,500 research points.
Yep.
So this is Garrick. He's the warden of the Noble here, Noble Avalug, otherwise known as Hisuian Table. It's a rock ice type, and there's usually a couple around here, but maybe not yet while this fight's still here. They're super good boys, and I love the way they look. They're just flat tables. Like, you can put a
They
drink
look
on them,
great.
and they're not going to go anywhere. But he has a Glalie and a Frostlass he's going to throw at us at the same time. We're going to use close combat to take out the Glalie immediately because it's a higher level Pokemon and it's more of a threat. And with 200 speed, we have no issue going first. And then Frostlass is going to use Hex, which won't kill us. Hopefully. I've never seen it kill. Okay. And then we're going to hard switch to Haunter because it is faster. Otherwise, we have to use like 2x Poison Jab. And we're going to use whatever it landed on. I was trying to go for 2 up inputs, but if I got 1, I was fine with it. Dark Pulse or Shadow Ball. Dark Pulse is technically faster. I think it has a faster animation. So I just I flicked up on both the D-pad and the stick, and whatever it landed on, I was fine with. Neither of them are research.
Also, you'll notice we're in ice here, and this guy's casually just not wearing a shirt. It's like,
Oh, he's built different. He even climbs this glacier behind us later, Avalug's Legacy. He climbs it, shirtless and all.
I'm like, how are you not freezing?
Oh, even when Arita walks in here, she's like, I'm melting here. You know, she's like Midwestern energy or whatever. Anyways, this is Warden Savvy, the Warden of Braviary, the final mount in the game. And she's going to make us kind of play tag with her a couple times. It's kind of annoying. But after we're done talking to her here, before we continue on with her Talk to Me Over and Over Again quest, we're going to go touch the Pearl Settlement Warp so we can warp back to it. The commonality between the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan is that their warp points are extremely important. The Pearl Clan's more so. Back when this game came out and the speedruns were kind of new and everyone was pushing for the first ever sub 4, I had a run on pace to get like a 359, 358, but I didn't let this little banner that said Pearl Settlement load in all the way, so I didn't get it, and you lose like a minute and a half to not having this warp point. So I lost the first sub 4 that way, sad. But I have the first and only 339 now, so whatever. Okay. So this is the... I kind of made it out to be a bigger deal than it was, but this is the last time we have to talk to Sappy. After this, she's going to go straight up to Snow Point Temple in the distance over there. The big temple-looking place in the background there. And that's where we're going. So you may realize now why I wanted to tag that settlement right now while we were right next to it, because we're going all the way across the map again. And it's better just to warp over there. Just climb that wall. Climb the wall with Sneasler.
Turns out warp points are very good.
Very good.
Could I give an update on the bid war?
Oh, absolutely. Go for it.
We currently, I was just refreshing it, and we are now sitting on $125 for Pearl, but Diamond has retaken the lead with $143.50. So we're currently sitting on Diamond. I think we've got about 10 minutes left on that. So please get your donations in to see if we can choose your clan. Thank you very much.
Oh, as the runner, I have tremendous power to be like, close it, close it, close it. But I probably should wait until it's like a reasonable time to close.
Arita over Adaman.
It'll probably be like a little bit more than 10 minutes just because this run's not going as well as I thought it would. But that's fine. So I brought up in the beginning of the run that stamina management was important for the beginning and a little bit of the end game. This is where. We have to climb Snow Point Temple without Weird Ear, and we have to do it entirely on stamina management. So I'm manually stopping my dash and doing dives to conserve stamina, and then redashing, stopping the dash, and diving. Because your character will still consume stamina while they're diving or going into a crouch, and you'll hear them start to go out of breath when they're not doing anything crazy. It's really silly the way the stamina works in this game. But I promise you what I'm doing is good. You just have to take my word for it. Alright, so we have to do a puzzle here. Hope I know the right words. Alright. Well, I think that's it. You're supposed to, like, look at the symbols on the statues behind his stomach and, like, read the symbols in reverse order or something like that. Like, in the order going away from the door that they're looking at each other. Something along those lines, but it's the same every single time. So as long as you know the password for each door, you're good.
Let me know when you've got a second, because we've got a couple of interesting donations here.
Go for it.
Okay, we've received $50 from Anonymous. What a great event this has been. Big thanks to all the runners and everyone behind the scenes. Thank you so much for your generosity there. And then PX donates $25. You've been doing a great job on the run, Hulk. Put this donation on Sfeel's choice. 1 squeak for Diamond and 2 for Pearl. Good luck on the rest of the run. Sfeel, over to you.
Yes!
Oh, so that's
Come on!
Yes!
Thank you very much, Sfeel. Thank you for that amazing donation as well.
You're so not coming back next year. I'm getting a new couch. Anyways. Oh, I'm out of stealth sprays. Maybe I should have saved some for right now. Oh well. Okay, we have some smoke bombs we could use to get past this Gallade. When the smoke bombs are used, they cannot see you.
Yeah, and when
You're
alphas
with
see you, they will knock you down.
That was a cool way to avoid that. I would have preferred to just use a stealth spray and ran around it. But stealth, what do you call it? Smoke bombs are cool too. So we actually want to leave the other Sneasel that we didn't use earlier. Normally I wouldn't care, but a 56 Sneasel can actually get 57 exactly right when we need it to for a specific fight. If we play it right with, you know, using it when we need to and not using it when we don't need to.
Now, this is a very interesting fight because it is a triple fight.
Yeah, 3 versus 1, completely fair. Yeah, we had one in the last area too, but it was a lot less of a problem. This is Electivire, Rhyperior, and Magmortar.
All 3 of which are very strong Pokemon.
Yes, Magmortar goes down, and then we're gonna die to the Rhyperior's high horsepower.
If you recall earlier, we did say that this Electivire only has electric type moves, which against Groudon does literally.
I forgot to withdraw Gastrodon. Oops. Well, that's
Oh. Well, at least you have Earth Power. That's fine, right?
That's actually super good and might actually let me win this. Alright. So, how did I forget Gastrodon? The poor guy's just sitting there in the box like, bro, when am I coming out? Poor guy. But yeah, that first slot is where Gastrodon was supposed to be. I've never done that in my entire life. I was too excited at the 200 speed Sneasel. Fine. You had one job. Okay. Alright. You know what? Do this. Yeah, the joke of this fight was supposed to be that Gastrodon just sits here and doesn't have a problem because the Electivire's entire moveset is thunder or electric moves, but that gag doesn't really work when you don't have it in your party.
Yep, because electric moves don't do anything to ground types, and Gastrodon being part ground.
That was silly. Oh well. Worked out? Kinda. Not really.
Improvise, it works.
How did I not get Gastrodon? That is insane. Or that is like just completely absurd.
I love how as soon as I mentioned it, you're like, oh shoot.
Like, I mean, that has literally never happened to me before. Like, it's not the end of the world. It might actually be, like, good later, because there's going to be a point where I want Gastrodon to take a lot of damage. And the fact that it's missing some EXP now might be what I need to get that done. Or it might, help me see that end. I don't want Gastron to die. I just want it to take a lot of damage because we're going to be fighting something that has a recoil move that we want to beat. And it's going to hit Gastron really hard and take a lot of recoil damage. And so the weaker Gastron is, the more recoil damage it's going to take.
Isn't that the double edge on the
Overquill.
Overquill? Yeah.
Now, I probably shouldn't say this, but I have not been crit by that in quite a bit. But if the Gastrodon gets crit by double edge, I don't even know what the backup is then. I think he just used close combat.
You should know. You don't jinx it
I know.
like
I
that.
shouldn't have said it, but it's there. It's out there now. There's nothing to worry about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, we have time for more announcements if there are any to be had.
Oh, yes, we've had quite a few coming in here. We've got the bid war really heating up here. We've received $60 from Bradley Saber. Thanks for the hard work this week. It feels very special for an event focused on mental health to be happening on my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you,
Happy
Bradley Saber.
birthday.
And my favourite Pokemon of all cuties, Cyndaquil, Psyduck, and Setiton. Well, thank you so much for that generous donation. Have a fantastic birthday. We hope you are enjoying the event. We've received $7.01 from my friend Tempest Mask 1000. As if I'd miss out donating during a run of one of my personal favourite Gen 8 Pokemon experiences, especially with a wonderful friend of mine hosting. Tim, you're a legend in this community, and I hope you enjoyed your time volunteering for RPG Limit Break, and here's hoping we'll meet again soon. And I extend that sentiment to halqery, who I had the pleasure of meeting in person this February. Hey Halk, best of luck wrapping up Pokemon Isekai Edition. Show these so-called trainers the power of anime. 701 in honor of Pokemon 701 Halucha, my favorite rough and
You
tough
had me until
avian.
Halucha.
And then,
I was feeling heartfelt, but then Halucha.
yep, and then finally for now, $25 from the Burning Hunter. Well, if Sfeel says it's the right choice, then I'm going to have to agree. Here's $25 for Pearl.
You see what your influence can do.
And that takes us to $143.50 for Diamond, but Pearl is now on $179.01. So Pearl is in the lead by about, what, $25 or so. Thank you, Sfeel.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you very
the
much
last
indeed.
person I want to hear from right now. Look, this is your influence. This is your legacy. This is what you're doing with with the tremendous platform you've been given. Those headphones that don't even fit on your head.
Phil is good.
Anyways, yeah, it's mainly just been completing the area, like I said. Not much to talk about, but we're about to be going into the final Lord fight against Lord Table.
Which, oddly enough, being a rock type, which is very weak defensively, is insanely strong defensively.
Yeah, it's ridiculously strong. I've even considered possibly using close combat from Sneasler just because that's quad effective. But there is no point in this game at any point that using Pokemon in a Lord battle is better
faster.
than
No,
using the
no,
bombs.
absolutely not. Not even close. Even though this Lord battle, it's definitely the hardest of all of them.
Oh yeah, this one is the only one where we have the ability to skip the Alpha Shout if we play our cards right. But I'm just sitting here thinking in the back of my mind, I hope Gastrodon missing all this experience isn't the end of the world. It should be fine, because worst case scenario, Gastrodon doesn't kill Overquill and then we just send in something else, because that's really the only spot that Gastrodon's super useful in anyway.
That's fine. It'll be fine. Just don't forget to actually withdraw it for Overquill.
So I'm gonna have to focus here. You understand how the basic premise of the fight works?
Yes. So from here, you'll notice it's blowing a bunch of ice balls in patterns from left to right, and you can move back and forth while throwing everything and dodge them all.
Pretty good. Now he's gonna put out these like little ice traps below my feet. And
Going center, and then left, and then right.
So I deliberately went out of my way to make sure he was not below half health before he started shooting the icicles at me. Because if he had been below half health, they would have been rage icicles and gone twice as fast, where I wouldn't have had that little moment in between to throw bombs at him. If I've done this right, I don't think I have, but no, it was a few bombs too early. I got like hit a few more times than I would have liked to in the beginning, but it's fine. It would have saved 5 seconds to skip that shout, which isn't the end of the world. And there's 57 on that Sneasel, like I said, so we'll be able to be as prepared as possible for one of the worst endgame ranges this game has to offer.
On the fastest Sneasel on the planet.
Okay. $200 speed.
That's ridiculous.
I'm still blown away by that. Like
I've seen so many runs of this by now, and I've never seen anything that fast.
I think that's the best I've seen in a while. I may have seen 200 speed at some point, but it's been so long. I've seen
That's
like
insanely
194, like at best, but like on a 194, I tried to go like agile swords dance on Gudra just in case it was fast enough, you know, to get a combo, so I didn't have to deal with the range. But 200 might be able to do it. We'll see. So that is the end of Alabaster Icelands. Hopefully we didn't get any research done. I'm going to go ahead and
Shouldn't have.
correct my mistake now. Sorry, buddy. Bet it was cold in there. All right.
Pun intended.
All right, no research done. That's good. Okay. Well, that's the last area wrapped up for that. Now let's go tell the commander that we defeated the noble Abalug, and everyone will be happy and party for all time, and nothing bad will ever happen.
Nope, nothing at all. Spoiler alert.
Foreshadowing. So, keep in mind, it was the commander that asked me to do all this, all these noble quellings. It was him that asked me to do it. And watch how quick he turns and throws me under the bus when the whole world falls down.
For doing exactly what he asked us to do, no less.
Yeah. Here in a moment. Give me a minute. This guy's going to start falling. While this guy is falling, we have plenty of time to read some announcements.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to remind you, you're very much running out of time on choosing the clan. Currently, we have Diamond at $143.50 and Pearl Head at $179.01.
You have 5 minutes at most.
So we are coming down to the wire on that. Get those donations in. Remember, all your donations benefit NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. The NAMI Helpline Online Knowledge Centre was visited more than 236,000 times in 2022. And coming up next year, NAMI hopes to expand the helpline to 7 days a week. And we are happy to help them in that endeavour. And your donations will go a long way to help them realising this goal. A donation of just $30 allows NAMI to provide direct support to 2 help seekers in need. So every donation, every dollar helps NAMI reach out and support people with mental illness. And honestly, it is the most amazing cause. And thank you so much again for all your generous donations. Okay.
We broke the sky.
Back to you.
It's broken.
They are broken.
I know. This isn't normal. So basically, the big crack in the sky that we fell out of became really, really, really active, I guess, and made the sky RGB. I don't know exactly what's happening, but apparently it's our fault. That's the gist.
It's our fault for
That's
doing
the
everything
vibe.
he asked us to do in the first place. It makes a lot of sense.
God forbid we do as we're told. So we're in trouble, and we're about to get kicked out of the the team for
Literally
being,
banish, yes.
being an obedient little baka. What are you? A team member? Like, we're so sad. Like, we didn't want this guy to break. We just fell out of it. That has nothing to do. But the commander has, his decision's final, despite our, despite Adamin, the one you should pick, and the other one, opposing to the decision.
You mean Arita, who you should pick? Yeah.
I mean, anyways, the bottom line is we're off the team, yet we're still wearing their uniform. So usually when I do catch 'em all, there's a lot less leniency in what goes on. So I usually change my outfit right now. Just because, I don't know, I think it's more iconic to just change your outfit when you're no longer on the team, but in 80% that's slow.
Valid.
Because they give you 2 kimonos when you start, the casual kimono and the uniform. And you can buy a lot more clothes. And the same way we walked in here and everyone's making snide comments, they're doing the same thing here. Oh, and it was very important for me not to touch the stick while the screen was black just a moment ago, because you have control of the character during black screen sometimes. And if you walk in front of Celine, you soft lock the game. Because she will think you're like really far behind you, but you can't catch up to her. Anyways, we're being taken to the taken to the Obsidian Fieldlands and just kind of dumped out. But I mean, like, Celine and the professor and Ray still believe in us, so they're like, you have to figure out what's going on. You know, those are your orders. Oh, and she orders us to not die, which I mean was already on my
Celine
agenda anyway.
understands that this is just kind of messed up, but
Yeah, she's like stern and she's, loyal to the team, but she's like, she clearly cares. It's
She
cool
does.
character development.
she does. She understands that what just went down wasn't right. She's like, no, you asked her to do this. Like, hello?
Oh, potential another spoiler for the glitch incentive. Or a little sneak peek. You can up the menu here in the black screen, but it doesn't do anything but waste time because you can't really warp anywhere from it. I don't know if you heard, but I opened up the menu and I was scrolling around on it, but it was completely inoperable. Only during that black screen I have found that you can open up the map.
Yep. So from here, you're basically gonna walk around trying to find somebody to help you out. Unfortunately, you don't really get anybody.
All right, I will make the sad decision, maybe, depending on how much has been donated since then. I will close the Diamond versus Pearl Clan bid war as soon as we get out of this area. I'm going to give it like 30 more seconds for somebody with the right mind to help me out, do me a solid. But we're about to leave the area here in a moment.
Team Pearl. Team Pearl.
No, anything but that. You stay out of this.
See, Spheel agrees.
All right, let's just close it. Let's close it. Spheel told me to close it. Yeah, I know. I can't hold up the stream. I know. Show's got to go on. What are we sitting at?
Okay, we have just closed that. One final refresh to double check. Okay, here you go. With $179.01, Pearl is going to be the clan that we're going to choose.
Yes.
But thank you to everyone who donated for that bid war. It raised a fantastic amount for NAMI. It raised a total of $327.51. So thank you so much indeed for that. Greatly, greatly appreciated.
Honestly, That was at $11 when this started. And those were mine because I was like trying to give Diamond an early lead. So really, really, thank you guys so much. I was, that was a lot. That was a good fight for one way or the other.
What's our total out right now for the entire event?
We are currently sitting at $70,427 raised. So thank you so much for that. I would like to point out, however, that we're still needing a little bit on the blindfolded data young Xehanort incentive for Kingdom Hearts 3, which is going to be our last run of the event. We need $2,500, and we're currently sitting at $285, so we're making progress. But remember, every dollar donated towards NAMI can also contribute towards that incentive. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, make sure you get those in. I'll say this: if we get to 71,000 before the end of this run, I'll do the EV cray.
Oh, there you go. There's incentive for you folks. Get those donations in.
I'll do it too. Before the end of the run or the end of all the
Before the end of the run.
Okay. That got me excited.
About $600.
I think Sphere will do the EV cry too.
Feel agree there?
Imagine. Sphere doesn't know any other cry. It's a one-trick pony. Yeah,
Hey!
that was a good one. But
So get those donations in.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to choose now, but whether we ride this end game out with Arita or Adaman, and you guys have selected Arita for better or for worse. And yeah, it's on your hands now. Whatever happens from here. I did what I could. This is content. We're making content. I only ever choose this in Catch 'em All, because, Catch 'em All doesn't matter too much. The tiny things like that. I do have a plan for Palkia. So, as previously discussed, using a strong style move exaggerates move power and special effects of moves. So my plan is to use a strong poison jab with Sneasel to go for a 50% poison on Palkia. And with a status and at about half HP, it should be a pretty likely catch, like about at least like 70% or better. So
We take those.
at the end of the day, we're just gonna start chucking balls at it and hope for the best.
It is a legendary after all.
I don't know. I mentioned 194 is the best speed I'd seen, and Palkia even outspeeded that. So, Oh, oops! I went to the wrong base.
I'm gonna laugh
Whatever.
if this actually outspeeds the
I
Palkia.
went to the wrong thing first.
If
Fine.
this outspeeds Palkia, that's insane. Oh. That's just...
Doing these little braviary pumps to
Right.
preserve my height. If you're familiar with Wind Waker speedrunning, Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, it's very similar to leaf pumping, but it's a lot less technically execution heavy. It's literally just let go of B and repress it. Whereas with leaf pumping, you have to de-equip the leaf with A and then press Y again or something like that. But yeah, basically pumping the B button to dash preserves your height a little bit. And it helped me get over that cliff. That wasn't the cleanest movement over that wall. Okay, so this is what we need the level 57 Sneasel for. Sui and Gudra. Dragon Steel. Knows the move Shelter. And Shelter sucks. It's plus defense and
Obstruction?
I forgot my keypad. I forgot to plug it in anyway.
Doesn't it also obstruct?
No, what?
The shelter?
Yeah, it does obscuring.
Yeah, I figured.
No, it is not fast enough to do that. Sorry, I forgot one more important piece of Arceus speedrunning, a numerical keypad 0 to 9. I'll need it for the next lake we do. Yes, a keypad. Because there's gonna be a point in the run where it pulls up the Switch OS's keyboard, and if you have the Switch OS's keyboard up on screen, you can use any external keyboard to type in numbers, and it's gonna ask us for a sequence of numbers. So it's faster than using the D-pad to pick out the numbers individually. And it's honestly just silly that it works, and I would do it even if it was slower. Yes, this right here, like $10 on Amazon, is one of the most important things to going fast in this run. It saves a whole second.
$10 to save a second. Worth.
Pay to win.
True.
Yeah, like, doing this one first isn't terrible. It's just important that you don't do the Crimson one. Like, it's important that you do the one in Crimson Mirelands last. That's all that matters. For a loading time's sake. Wait, did I get the range? I wasn't paying attention.
I
did.
think so, yeah.
Cool. I was too busy bothering with my keypad. That Gudra range was not good at all. It was like less than 50% to kill with strong close combat, but we did it. Let's go. Yeah, no, I did it, right? Crazy.
This is what you get for choosing the correct climb.
Was it Arita's blessing?
Yes, it was.
All right. I'm going to continue to believe it was my own skill at the game and getting my level 57 Sneasel, which you're not guaranteed to get. You can only get a level 57 Sneasel if you catch a level 56 and train it properly.
Sfeel disagrees.
I bet, but I wasn't asking Sfeel. You know, if Sfeel thinks he can do it so much better, I want to see Sfeel do it at the next RPG Limit Break. So now we're going to do the one we should have done first, if I was paying attention. And we're going to go against the Alpha Zoroark. Alpha Hisuian Zoroark, which is normal Ghost and only weak to Dark. And guess who has a Dark move? Skuntank. And it stabs. And we're going to use Strong Style Night Slash on the Zoroark. And if you heard what I just said about, move effects getting exaggerated, it'll turn the 1 and 8 crit of Night Slash to a 1 and 2. So it's a 50% crit, and it's also just an outright range to kill regularly.
Yeah, 1 and 2 to crit isn't great.
It's a pretty good ratio. I mean, it's more than 50% to get the kill.
I mean, it's great if you're the one getting the crit, not if you're the one getting crit.
I mean, there's not a point in this game where that's going to happen to me. I don't think, anyway.
Knock on wood.
Maybe in the post-game Volo fight. I don't know. Probably not.
Shouldn't.
I don't think that would happen to me.
Let's not lose 10 minutes to that fight.
That's what I do best, though. That's one of my other skills in this game, is losing 10 minutes to Volo. I do that better than anybody else in the world, I'll tell you what. Nobody loses time to Volo quite like I do.
We'll go over that when we actually get to the Volo fight.
All right, so Strong Night Slash, 50% to crit, and also just a chance to outright kill. Let's see what we got. That's going to go first, and it's going to use Bitter Malice. And it gets the Frostbite. That doesn't matter. Frostbite in this game is a special burn, basically, where burn halves your attack stat. Good. Okay. Very good. That has been the most problematic range in my life recently, for no good reason, but it worked out. Cool.
Like I said.
Yeah.
For a minute.
Yeah, Frostbite replaces Freeze, thank God. Only for one game, though. They brought it back for Scarlet and Violet for some reason. And it is it cuts your special attack in half, effectively. Yuxi, you won't believe it, but I have your code right here. I'm ready. Practicing. All right. I got it. Let's go. Normally, I've been messing that up a lot recently. So it feels good to just nail it. The 60131. Yusi asks you, like, of the following Pokemon, how many eyes do they all have? And it was like Combee, Zubat, Dusclops, something else, and then something else, and it's 60131.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what all they are.
Alright, Gastron's 41. It's normally like 42 or 43 here, so hopefully the Overquill fight goes fine. I don't know, I've never, ever done that before. So this will be a first time for me too.
And this is the final fight with Gastrodon. Is it
No,
not? No.
there's a chance we have to use him in the Komodo fight. No, we have to use him in the Benny fight too.
Okay, yeah, Benny, that makes sense.
But Benny, Gastron's involvement's pretty limited. It has to use an Earth Power on a defense down Sneasler, so it probably dies anyway.
Hard.
Yeah.
And Sneasler is weak to it because of poison.
Yeah, and it's already in its defense down because it uses close combat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last of the ranges. I think if I hit this one, that means I hit all 3 ranges, which doesn't happen at all.
It'll happen now just to kind of meme because you never get it in like your all obtainables.
Messed up. So of course it's gonna happen now. This is actually like the least impactful range to hit. Like it doesn't really matter whether we hit the range or not. It's good. Like if we miss the range, it loses 10 seconds, whereas the other ones lose like 35 about to miss. So we've hit the important ranges so far. So I'll be alright if this is the only one we miss.
That's fine, we'll hit it. Gastrodon is great.
And level 41, yes, these things are true. But yeah, I said as Copium that we want to take a lot of damage on Gastrodon because this thing's using Double Edge, and it's going to take the recoil of how much damage it does to us, and Gastrodon being low level means it might take more damage, but we'll see. Hopefully that doesn't mean Gastrodon dies. I don't like that outcome. This is still the smallest, cutest Gastrodon I've ever seen in my entire life. I gotta point that out again. It's so tiny, and you're so large. You know, Sfeel actually has a task for being caught in heavy specimens, and I think you definitely fit the bill. I think we just hit all 3 ranges. That's pretty good. Let's go. I'm excited. That does not happen. It's like 50% for Gudra. It's like 60% for Zoroark. It's just it's impossible. But yeah, I'm built different, and this run's terrible, so the game felt bad. So.
It's the Proclam Manip.
Pearl Clan Manip, you say? I'll need to investigate this further. This Pearl Clan Manip nonsense.
Feel you agree, right?
This guy. So now we're gonna play a game of like kind of just trying to hit Azelf, but not for a while.
This one was easily the worst of the 3.
For like challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how fast you type in numbers, Yuxi can be kind of hard.
I would rather be able to just type in 5 numbers than sit here and deal with this for ages.
I mean, the thing about Azelf is you don't even have to go anywhere near him. Like, that's
No,
gonna
you
be
don't.
good enough. Like, I didn't even turn to look at him. You only need to really like hit him on the last round.
Still a little bit
Because
annoying,
the deal is that Azelf is the being of willpower. He's like testing your willpower to see if you deserve like his tail or whatever. So I can actually buffer ZL plus ZR. Oh, not if he's behind me. Thanks, buddy. That can happen sometimes. All right, and that is the last of our lake adventures. So we're done with the major differences between Pearl. No, we're not.
No,
the
we're not.
the biggest difference is yet to come. Arita does have faster text at the lake. She gets to the point a lot more. But that is not the most consequential thing that's going to come out of your decision.
Yeah. Adaman has really, really long text boxes, and Arita's just very, very quick.
Oh, this is a very long cutscene. So if we have any announcements, Arena has a good time.
Oh, yes, we've got plenty. We have $5 from Anonymous without any comment, but thank you for that. Another $5 from Coconut, who says, "We want Pearl Clan." Well, you got your wish. Oh, Sfeel agrees as well. We've received $50 from Remember Me Never, throwing some love to one of the most entertaining communities in speedrunning. Well, thank you so much for that. Really appreciated. $2.26, again, from Tempest Mask 1000. I couldn't leave my last donation on a sour note, so here, have a sky pancake, Halk.
I'll take that. I'll
And
take it.
shout out to all Manteens out there. Now let's meet that Kingdom Hearts finale incentive for NAMI.
Mantine's a buddy.
Mantine is great.
And again, that goes towards our final incentive here, which is the blindfolded data Young Xehanort by Violin. And we're on $285 out of the $2,500 needed for that. And one more for now. We have a fantastic $50 from Paul Thedra, who says, "To anyone not feeling the world cares for mental health, I share my love and support. There are people in the world that understand the vital role mental health plays in everyone's lives. RPG Limit Break is one such group that oozes wholesome support and love to this great cause." Well, thank you, Paul, for your fantastic donation for NAMI. We really do. I think I speak on behalf of everyone here that we really do appreciate the cause so much, because so many people here have had experiences with mental illness, including myself, and it is something that brings us all together, and we just absolutely adore being able to support and help out this fantastic cause. So thank you so much again for all those generous donations. halqery, back to you.
Yeah, so we've assembled the symbol from the 3 Lake Guardians. I don't remember what. Oh, it made the red chain. We're gonna use the red chain to stop the stampeding legendary up there. It's gonna break actually though. Spoiler alert. And then we're gonna have to use Ultra Balls on Palkia. So
You're gonna enjoy it.
yeah. I'm never putting that as an incentive again. So we're coming back to report our progress with Celine, and she's been put in charge because apparently Commander Commodo's just kind of booked it up the mountain, just kind of recklessly, like he's gonna go solve things with his little army.
Right. You're gonna go solve things because you had somebody else do all of your dirty work
And
earlier.
Celine is temporarily in charge right now, and she has reinstated me onto the team and given me a mission.
See, I like Celine.
I like her a lot too. She's good. I never could get over the task of her telling us your third mission is to not die. Find what's going on, report back to me, and do not die. Those are your 3 objectives. Like, all right, I don't know about the first 2, but the third one I'm definitely prioritizing as well. Don't worry. You have my full support on number 3. Yeah, there's a few more cutscenes, so if there's any more announcements to read, now's a great time to get them out of the way.
Pause.
That's fine. They're doing the recount I demanded for the Pearl Clan versus Diamond Clan. I demanded every dollar be recount. This is a crime.
We got the right clan.
We'll see. We'll see. I think I will go for a YOLO ball first, just to feel something.
And we all know Skill agrees.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, now's a good time for some announcements if you have any.
Of course, apologies. Thank you very much. We have received $25 from Zokubun. Get that right? Without a comment. So thank you so much indeed. And $100 from Elegant Fug, who says, almost forgot to donate. Thank you for this event. Please take care of yourselves. You are important. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really do appreciate all these fantastic donations. Again, we're looking at 70,669 at the moment. Nice number. So let's see if we could get that up to that 71,000 mark. A quick update on the Kingdom Hearts incentive. I will refresh it again because it's been shooting up. It's now at $477.26 out the 2,500 needed. So we are making progress with that. Please keep those donations coming in. Back over to you.
Yeah, please get those in. We do want to see that met. That would be great.
So this is the hardest trainer fight in the game. Not Komodo, not our big bad boss man, but his chef, Benny. The whole fight is going to revolve around two actions. First of all, I need Misdreavus to use Power Gem. If it doesn't, I can still get the optimal fight if I hit through the sleep from Hypnosis. But if it doesn't hit me with Hypnosis and I hit through, or if it doesn't hit me with Power Gem, we don't get the optimal fight. This fight has just been a pain to route out. So Misdreavus is going first, or Miss Magius, sorry. Good, very, very, very good. Now, this is a very, very, very favorable range to kill. Okay, we're on track.
Got it.
That was like a 14 out of 16. Now, the next thing we need, Sneasler's going to come out and kill us. And it's going to use close combat, which is going to lower its defense, which is going to allow Gastrodon to hopefully still be able to kill it with Earth Power.
Gastro?
Hold. Buddy, please. All right.
Yeah.
And then Gardevoir is coming out. And if Gardevoir uses Psychic, we have the optimal fight. All right, well, there goes that.
Nearly.
Whatever. Actually, I have an idea. I'm going to regret this, but we'll see how it goes. I think my Sneasel might be fast enough. Nope. Okay, understood.
Mistakes were made.
There was a thought. I think I should be able to get a Swords Dance now at least. Nope.
So the thought behind that one there is Gardevoir is part fairy, which happens to be weak to poison.
So if Gardevoir had gone for Psychic instead of Calm Mind, it would have been lower on the initiative than it did when it used Calm Mind. So a hard switch to Sneasel would have allowed us to get in and get a first hit. But, you know, otherwise, it's whatever. I mean, we didn't really lose much from the fight. The Sneasels were already really high levels, so there wasn't really anything to worry about there. I didn't really need the experience on them, Copium. That was just slightly unoptimal.
Still a good fight.
Yeah, good enough. Okay. So, comparatively, the Komodo fight is much more straightforward. It's just kill, 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 kill.
Quite literally.
Yeah. There's some nuance, but the only nuance there would have been is if neither of my Sneasels were over 180 when I caught them on speed. And they both were. One of them very much so.
By a lot.
One of them was very over 180.
Going 19 over.
Yeah, this is where my world record lost 25 seconds to a misinput. So it's not necessarily a free fight under any circumstances. On the turn I was supposed to use an agile Swords Dance, I actually used a strong Swords Dance.
Oops.
That just kind of ruined everything.
Missed inputs are always fun.
Like, now we kind of realize the true motive of Kamado. He just wants to protect the Galaxy team. And he's doing it at the cost of just completely forsaking any possible trust in us. And he's challenging us to a Pokemon battle to kind of decide whether he trusts us or not. Don't know how that's going to help, but untrustworthy people can be good at Pokemon battles too. Okay, so like I said, the fight's straightforward. Braviary dies to Strong Shadow Ball. Now we send out Sneasel 1. I'm gonna use this one to see if I can get a regular Swords Dance. That'd be very silly. Nope, have to use Agile, but that's fine. So the strat here is Agile Swords Dance and then Close Combat the Snorlax because it lets me do both moves back to back with the Agile Strong system. And then Clefable will come out. And I actually wouldn't mind if it used Calm Mind because that'll let Sneasel live. That's fine too, I think. I've never seen it do that. But yeah, Strong should still kill.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd live that. That's fine though. I'm going to send out Gastro and use Strong Earth Power. I think normally we'd be able to get away with regular Earth Power, but not with this teeny tiny adorable little Gastrodon that missed a couple levels because of user error.
Gastro's small.
It's so tiny! It's the smallest thing I've ever seen. I know! And you're very large, so your perspective doesn't really count. Everything's tiny to you. Yeah, Kamado, very, very, very straightforward. You know, even if you're missing levels on your Gastrodon, you can do it. So I don't think Sneasel hit 58. Actually, it doesn't matter. That's a Dialga problem. For Dialga, you don't want either of your Sneasels going over level 57. But for Palkia, I'd take a level 65 Sneasel if I can get one, just to do more damage with the Poison Jab. But I think I am indeed going to try to do one Yola Ball for the fans. And it is 19% to work. And if it does, I am popping off.
You mean when it does?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Weren't you the one that was educating me on jinxing 20 minutes ago?
Proclaim Minute.
Proclaim. Something wrong with this boy. I mean, the Proclaim Minute has not failed me so far.
No, it has not. We've hit every range.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So stupid.
And you've got a God Sneasel, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, and Palkia just jump scares you when you skip the cutscene for some reason. With its cry just obnoxiously loud. Probably should have given a volume warning.
Alright, does it get in?
19%.
One?
No.
No.
Okay. Alright, so now we will do our backup strat. Sneasel has Poison Jab. He has Swords Dance. Do I want a Swords Dance?
Probably not. You'd probably die, right?
No. I was going to do it if I got a combo on it. But yeah, this is 50% to poison.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. So now I think I actually sack Skuntank. And then send out Haunter fresh so that Haunter can do Hypnosis.
Status is good. Make it like a 70%.
Yeah, make it like a 70% catch, surely. If it double sleeps, that'll be better. Little brother. This is what you paid for. This is what you paid for. Oh, man.
The
My
chaos.
little baby Gastrodon. Please get in this ball. Otherwise, we lose, probably. Please sleep. I live that.
It's gotta get in.
Oh my god. Okay.
There
All
it
right,
is.
we're good. By a hair, we got that. By the skin of Gastrodon's teeth. Ugh. Okay. All right, scariness over. This
This
is looking
is why
like
we
a,
chose Pearl.
All right, it's looking like a
Content.
It's looking like a 353 80%, so a little bit overestimate, but it was content.
Looks like we still have another $300-ish before the end of the run.
Oh yeah, we got some more cutscenes to watch, so if you have anything to read,
those in.
that was a great time.
We do indeed. We've got a couple more donations here for you. We have $5 from Thank You Very Much Indeed, who says, thank you very much indeed. Well, thank you. We've also received $25 from NJA32, who says, I hope that everyone watching this amazing speedrun stays happy and healthy. Good luck to all the other speedrunners before this run and those to come after it. Well, thank you very much indeed for those generous donations. A quick update. Again, we are making progress towards the Blindfolded Data Young Xehanort incentive. $502.26 out of the 2,500. So just under $2,000 to go on that. Again, all your donations are going towards NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Please, please keep them coming in. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, that if Gastrodon would have died there, we would have watched a 1-minute cutscene on where like everyone does like a team huddle, and we kind of just talk about how, all right, you can't lose this time. Like in order to catch it, you have to not lose, and it does the same thing if you accidentally kill it. So, or actually, maybe losing to it's better. I don't know. 'Cause I know it gives you a cutscene if you kill it, and then you spend a minute being like, all right, you can't kill it, and you have to catch it. But I feel like if you lose,
I don't know.
it,
I've never
it's
not
better.
caught it.
I have, but I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while since I picked Palkia for any percent. I
You
think
should
the
always pick
poison
Palkia
jab.
for the content.
I think poison jab strong is 50%, but that's twice now I've tried it and it hasn't done the poison. And out of 2 attempts, it has to have done it once. That's how 50% works. See?
I don't think that's how probability works.
Look, either it happens or it doesn't. So if I get the it doesn't, then the next time it has to happen.
I wish it was like that.
So, on my way over to this Cave of Origin place we're supposed to go to, I'm going to switch Palkia to the front of my party. Because now we have a very much faster Pokemon that might be able to do this next fight faster than Dialga would have been able to. Maybe less turns on Charms Gengar. Oh, quit being so dramatic, you're fine. It's such a loud, obnoxious noise. Not you.
Isn't it, though?
The beeping from being low on health.
That
You're
beeping
fine. Don't
always
worry. I
drove
wouldn't.
me, I
You're
didn't like
precious
it.
and wonderful. But no, it's like it's.
Even
just,
though you said you wouldn't have it back on the couch again.
we volume checked this run, and I thought I played the loudest noise I could to make sure they were.
Until that.
I just realized I should have just played the beep beep. You're in critical health mode noise over and over again. Sorry for the volume warning or the lack thereof. All right, so unfortunately, I think for this game, this is the final trainer battle in this game.
Yep.
It doesn't deserve to be. It's just a fight against the Misfortunes again, and the Komodo fight was much more impactful and much more hard.
Although
But
it
this
won't
is
be the final,
technically the final trainer battle in the any percent speedrun.
in the 80% speedrun, but it won't be the final one we do.
Nope, we're gonna do Volo, and
And Volo is probably the hardest fight anybody's usually had casually in the entire game. And we're gonna make it look really easy.
Little brother, what are you doing? All right, no hypnosis. That's good. All right, we win. Cool. Easy. Like hypnosis isn't even really the end of the world, because if Palkia goes down, then Gastrodon can just take it out with Earth Power. I think from being the sole survivor of the Palkia battle, any experience I lost on it from Alabaster Icelands should have clearly been given back to it by now. Surely that is stabilized. Yeah, that's the last battle period of any percent. The only thing left is to defeat the legendary. So yeah, this is like 353 pace, so it's fine. Still probably one of the best speedruns ever with picking Proclaim. Not that that's like a major identifier or anything. I'm actually going to campaign as of right now to add that as a variable on the speedrun leaderboard. So everyone can self-identify which Leon they chose.
Should always shoot,
Yeah,
bro.
we can separate everybody between the Diamond Clan and the idiots. You know, that want to try their luck on Palkia.
No, the Pro Clan and then that.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll just take my time. All right, so we've got a little bit more dialogue to go through. So we had to go to the Cave of Origin because I think we called Leon up there, and Leon was like, I know where you can get that stone. It's in the Cave of Origin. And then we got there, and then we got ambushed by the Misfortunes, and then Leon excavated this Origin stone, and we're giving it to the professor now, and apparently Ray's really good at making Pokeballs. So Ray is going to make the Origin Ball for us out of the Origin ore that we just got. And using the Origin Ball, we will capture the rampaging Origin form legendary that you have not gotten to see yet because I skipped the cutscene. Did you get all that?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Origin form Dialga is so good.
It looks so silly. It's harder to hit than Origin form Palkia. It's got thinner legs.
It is.
So it's just objectively a harder fight.
Dialga's just... Let's be honest, Dialga and Palkia they're incredibly strong.
Man. At least the final fight is really cool to watch and has really good music. So if I can get the music turned up in my headphones real quick, that'd be good.
Actually,
it's
the
not
music
quite
really
at the
wanna hear is
sufficient
the
level
Volo
I need.
fight. The music in the Volo fight goes so hard.
Oh yeah. I like the Arceus theme too.
I do too. This game's just really good.
Okay, so that part where she says, you know, take your destiny into your own hands and yield the legendary Pokemon or wield it. If you do not have the legendary in your party, she will not let you in to the final area. So that is the reason we left an open spot in our party when we entered Alabaster Icelands. We only had 5 Pokemon with us, and the 6th spot was always designed to be for the legendary.
Otherwise, you'd have to withdraw it.
Yeah, T-Pat lied to me and cost me some time in the Catchmall run once. He was always telling me that he never uses legendaries in his Pokemon runs, and he was annoyed that they made him do that just to go to Coronet Highlands, and that he was able to just immediately deposit and finish the game as normal. And I believed that, and one time was like, oh, I don't need it with me, I'll be fine. And I got up there, and they made me turn around after this point, and they made me turn around and go get it. I was so mad.
That sounds
I
like
trusted
T-Pat.
him.
That sounds like T-Pat.
I didn't know if it was true, and I was like, all right, let's you know, I'm sure you wouldn't lie to me. You wouldn't, you know, deceive me at all. Surely.
I approve Teapot Levy, man.
Let me go ahead and withdraw my, or I'm such a dweeb. Let me go outside. I'm gonna pull out my other Switch just to get that ready, because that has all my incentive files on it. Yes, I'm
Good
gonna
idea.
withdraw my Switch from my bag, and then deposit it into my Switch dock when we're done with this run. I need to touch grass. I've been inside watching RPGs for too long. There's no grass in Utah, just mountains. All right. That would have hit Palkia.
Yep.
That would have also hit Palkia. I messed up. So I was able to use those rings as like a damage boost to avoid the grounded blue waves that do knock down. Because the purple remnants of like the little meteor attack he has don't actually knock down. Oh, don't tell me I'm getting hit by these. All right, cool. And that is time. Sorry for no warning.
GG.
All right. Good Lord. The things you people make me do for charity. That was stressful, but we got it done. All right. So I guess we'll go right into our incentives. Make sure the switch is on.
While you're doing that, may I read a couple of quick donations here?
Absolutely, go for it.
Okay, we've received $50 from Hunt11 without any comments, sorry. But thank you very much indeed for your generous donation towards NAMI. And we have also received a $100 anonymous donation without a comment. But again, every single donation counts. We're currently at 70,844. Please, please keep your donations coming in. Just a quick update on where we are with blindfolded Data Young Xehanort. Currently at 652 and 26 cents out of the 2,500. So we are doing fantastically well. And I must also point out what somebody is saying in chat here. Congratulations to Sviel on their successful first-time commentating.
First-time marathon commentary,
Yeah.
buddy.
Good. Let's hear it for Sviel.
Proud of you.
Thank you very much. Okay, back over to you.
All right, so that is the end of Arceus Any Percents, and onward we go to things that made people cry when they played this game casually, but not for the emotional reason, but for the different reasons. First, I guess we'll start with the Volo plus Arceus. I think it fits better for flow.
Right.
Um,
So I'll go ahead and extend the 71,000 to the end of our time here,
yeah.
which means we have just over $150 left. Let's see if we can get those in.
If you have time for more donations, you have time. Or if you have any more donations, you have time for it right now.
Okay, we would like to just mention that RPG Limit Break 2023 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, aka NAMI. To get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. It's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you think you need help. Thank you.
All right, so this file has 239 Pokemon and has not fought Volo yet. So we'll be able to go cleanly from Volo into Arceus. And to beat Arceus, this is our team. This is Gallade, and this is our backup Gliscor. And you will need a item to cure sleep, 2 Twice Spice Radishes, and 2 Ox Power Guards. And yeah, I think that's enough. Let's go. He has 6 Pokemon, but I thought that was a little bit too many. It's crowded. So Volo, for the post-game, spoilers, he ends up betraying you, and he's the reason that a giant hole tore in the rift, and he's the reason that we're here, because he tried to make a deal with Giratina to meet Arceus or something like that.
And it
Giratina
didn't work.
Did not work out. And he's holding the final shard from us that we've been collecting in the post game. All the shards, or all the plates. And he's even made himself look like Arceus to appeal to him, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what the logic behind that was.
I don't know either.
I think it's just that he's kind of lost it. He's gone, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this fight gave people fits.
All right, so the first Pokemon here is going to be a Spiritomb. And we've got our trusty Gallade here. First, we're going to use an Ox Power Guard. Oh, so for anybody that was kind of missing the whole aspect of a Pokemon speedrun where... that's disgusting. Why'd you do that? All right, I need to use my Chesto Berry. He doesn't normally do that. People that were missing the days of Pokemon speedrunning where you just sweep everything with one Pokemon, you'll be very pleasantly surprised with how this run goes. Because this will be a full sweep of Volo's team with just this Gallade. Let me use Draining Kiss because I took some damage. And because I had to use a Chesto Berry, the effects of my Ox Power Guard might not last as long as I'd like them to. So I'd like to be dealing with this with as much health as I can get. Togekiss is going to go ahead and use Calm Mind here, but it's about to learn very promptly that doesn't really matter, because I can still kill it anyway, without even strong. So, the Ox Power Guard is an item that raises my attack and defense by 1 stage. Then the Twice Spice Radish is an item that gives me the primed effect, which is a 1.5x multiplier to damage. These effects stack, by the way. The 1 stage of damage and then the 1.5x from being primed stack with each other. But I've already lost the Ox Power Guard, unfortunately. That's fine. And then we're going to use Drain Punch on this Arcanine to kind of break the way this game is supposed to work. Because you're not supposed to be able to like heal on the same turn that you do damage, but with Drain Punch, that is certainly within our possibility. This is the only reason you can use one Pokemon to wipe out this entire team, is the ability to heal with your moves. And Lucario is going to go ahead and use Bulk Up, that's cute. But once again, without even Strong Style, we'll be able to go through its defenses. Just because the primed effect we have is just still too powerful. And then the last Pokemon for Volo's team, yeah, we're already down 5 Pokemon on this team, is Garchomp. Now this thing is kind of scary, but it's also afraid of ice.
It's very afraid of ice because it's part ground,
This
part
is the range,
dragon.
by the way. All right, cool, we got it.
What
That was a
ranges?
range.
We hit all the ranges.
We hit all the ranges. Let's go. All right. So there's the Volo incentive. No, there's a little bit more. There's more. That
Now you
was
get
underwhelming.
Not 1, but 2 fights against Giratina.
So he's gonna reveal his forbidden partnership with a banished Pokemon. I'll let this play out. Giratina, strike her down! This thing has 2 phases. It's going to be in its altered form and then its origin form, and it knows Shadow Force, which will make it obscured to where we can't hit it. I didn't see any pulse moves on this Gallade, did you?
Nope.
I think I forgot to oops. All right, well, we'll see how it goes. All right, so I guess I'll just use like Ice Punch because it's Dragon. Oh, it's faster. Okay, did I bring any revives? Oh, well, okay, we'll see. Alright, so... Alright, I have an idea. We're going to use Twice Spice Radish on Gliscor.
This is actually how it's supposed
And
to go, by
then
the way.
we're gonna use an Ox Power Guard on Gliscor. And we're gonna try to clutch up with Gliscor. It'll be fine, I promise.
Remember what we said. These stack, and then pulse moves, ignore the accuracy check and entirely.
Yeah, so he's
even when he's
obscured, but
obscured,
Gliscor doesn't care. Agile Dark Pulse into regular Dark Pulse is gonna defeat this phase of Giratina.
it's like, okay, you're obscured. You have your evasion up. I don't care.
I don't remember asking, to be quite frank with you.
It's like, I'm gonna hit you anyway.
Yeah. Gonna use Shadow Force again, as if it's gonna matter. I think that might have been a crit. No, I think crit could have killed me actually, because like it would go through my Ox Power Guard defense up, I think. And that is the end of Giratina. And that's through part 1 of this incentive. That is Volo plus Giratina down in about a few minutes. So. But after we defeat this fight, we unlock the main quest known as the Deified Pokemon. And all you have to do, it's really not that big a deal. You just have to catch the other 239 Pokemon that are out there before meeting Arceus. You don't have to catch Darkrai and Shaman. They don't count, or Manaphy or Fione, because you'd have to own other versions of the game to be able to get those or to understand how to get them. But like I said, I've already done all that, so you didn't have to watch me do that. Although you should, it's a really fun category.
Catch 'em all is a very good category. Highly recommend.
Yeah. So, well, we actually we just got the quest, gather the remaining plates, which we already have all of the remaining plates. So, and we've made the Azure Flute, which was an item that was actually never released in Gen 4. That was supposed to let you meet Arceus. I think they did release it for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. But it finally made its debut in this game after being like a hacked only item in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. And let's not waste any time, let's just go right in. We already have all the Pokemon we need. I checked. I made sure. We have 239 and Arceus is number 240. Ignore my outfit. I was feeling slippers and casual kimono today. There's still a part of me that like my heart was sinking, like please let me have enough. Please let me have enough Pokemon. Because if you don't have enough Pokemon, like after you finish playing it really nicely, it goes, oh, but nothing happened. Like I was just still afraid that might happen just in the bottom of my heart. Even though clearly I had enough. That has happened to me on Catch 'em All runs before. So we've entered the Hall of Origin.
As you literally walk all the stairs to basically now space.
And we're going to meet the original one.
Yeah, so Arceus here, you're gonna fight much like you did the Dialga, where you're just throwing a bunch of...
Like I did every boss, yeah.
Yeah, literally every boss. However, Arceus has a lot of different attacking styles. And that's gonna be pure RNG.
Yeah, the first thing he's going to start with is, I think it's just like a meteor attack where he just like slams the meteor down and just makes like a wave. It's really fun to dodge. Like I love just diving through him and dodging it and throwing bombs and diving through him. But it's a very dangerous attack if you're new. I never heard a story of one person say, I beat Arceus on the first try.
Right?
Because nobody could, figure out the patterns or anything on the first try, which is reasonable and fair.
Arceus, I think, took me about 30 minutes before I finally beat it casually.
Yeah, it's not easy, but it's not,
No, it is
not
not.
unconquerable either. Alright. If I do this hitless, I'll donate like $30, but if I get hit, I'll donate 20. Either way. Because I can do this hitless. That was long loading time. Oh, I'm playing on physical, that's right. On this Switch, I have a physical cartridge. Missed all 3 of those. It's fine.
Yeah, now this is the attack style that you want to see right here because it's a lot easier to get a lot more hits in.
Oh, he tried. He tried to fake me out. I was ready for it though.
You want to go the same thing again.
It's just, it's hard to react to unless you're
It
like, really
is.
ready for it. Did it, no hit. Let's go. All right. Okay, so let's get to our glitch exhibition. That's all we have left now. So the theme of this glitch exhibition is going to be almost helps, but not quite. If you've seen my GDQ, AGDQ run this year, it's going to be a very similar exhibition. There's a lot of things in this game that are almost very cool speed tech, but don't actually help because they fail to hit a flag, because they take too long to set up, whatever. So I'm going to be going over a couple things that are just obnoxiously not viable. So our first thing is going to take us all the way back to the beginning of the game, back to Prelude Beach. And I'm playing as a boy now, just to give the boy some screen time. Aptly named boy. And we picked up our arc phone. God, physical is so slow.
Right?
I'm noticing it. Poor T-Pat. Anyways. And instead of just running over there to the professor, we are going to go this way and avoid touching his flag entirely. I'm going to try this a couple times. I have a backup file that's already gone over there. But I just need to... not quite. I'm going to give it like a few more tries, and then I'll wimp out. But yeah, it's entirely possible to avoid the professor's flag to talk to him entirely. All right, I'll give it like one more try. Because like it's very precise, like the running angle you need and like the distance you need and the dismount and all that cool stuff. I almost had it. All right. Anyways, you can get up there on that other ledge. And I have a file that is already up there because I know how long this can take. It took me quite a bit at AGDQ as well. Just to avoid that taking too long, you know, I've prepared. So what this allows you to do is obviously we can just go run to Jubilife Village. We have free roam. We can do whatever we want. There's a slight problem. When you go to Jubilife Village and you have not talked to the professor and done the starter to catch it tutorial yet, or done the walk with him that we did at the beginning of the game. So we're already over here now. I did that by myself. Let's go. So we're going to go ahead and walk to Jubilife Village. Now, you'd be surprised that there's nothing we can do because we can talk to these people just fine. They'll act like we're the new kid in town, like we've already done the tutorial and everything. You know, they're not making snide comment. Actually, yes, they are. Never seen that child before. Looks suspicious. All right. Oh, you can still enter people's houses, just like you normally would be able to if you've, you know, progressed this far. And everybody will talk to you like it's your first day on the job.
You'd think this would be really, really helpful, but as we'll find out, unfortunately, it doesn't do us any good.
Yeah, so I said everyone will talk to you. I did forget to mention Celine and the commander. They have no text box over their head to talk to them. There's nothing I can do to talk to her. I'm mashing A and B right now. I can talk to her Abra. That's cool. And you know, the medicine core is all here, and they're talkable. And I can't dive, so I have to run up the stairs here to show off the commander. But yeah, they don't talk to you because you've not completed the trial yet. The starter catching section, like they don't have text boxes to talk to them. So there's nothing
Even
you can do.
though he's just looking at you, following you around, he does nothing.
There's nothing you do. You can't sleep in your bed, although the bed does have some interesting dialogue, if I remember correctly. I was looking at it today, and I was like, why does it say that? So the game thinks you've already, like, done the starter catching, although, like, the flag is not set for you to be able to talk to the important people. But it thinks you have in the sense that it'll say you should get ready and head outside. Get ready for what exactly? We've not signed up to anything. We have our 5 principals for a team I'm not a part of yet. You know, team members, not me. I have not agreed to be part of any team yet. So there's nothing you can do to progress the game. So almost helps, but not quite. Our next exhibition will take us to Obsidian Fieldlands. So the biggest problem with the early game is how slow the character moves. What if I told you there was a way to make the character move faster before you get weirdier? The only problem is the setup time is not great, but it is really fast. It is like as fast, or you know, it rivals weirdier a little bit, although it's still affected by stamina, as most bad things are. Okay, so I've already set up a file here.
Just turn on God mode.
Yeah, easy. So I've already set up a file here with a Shanks nearby that knows the move Electro Ball and a Quick Attack, whatever it ends up wanting to do to me. So I'm going to have it come over here and do either to me. Ah, I walked up too far. Come on. Oh, don't do that. No, I didn't get it. Okay. I need you to approach me. Okay. So long setup times, right? I missed. This quick attack means so much easier, I promise. I hope this means it's doing quick attack. I'd like that a lot.
Shanks.
What are you doing? We've got like 2,000 people waiting for this quick attack.
And then it
come
quick
up
attacks the
here.
wrong direction.
Up here, up! Halq wants uppies, come on, please, come on up.
You can see why this isn't used.
Okay.
The
Now
setup
now
time
you're-
just
now
takes
you're- now
way
you're
too
trolling.
long.
Okay, this is exactly where I want to be. I just need it to approach. What are the days approach? Come on. Come on. Good enough.
There you go.
I need to actually retry. I'm gonna die. So it's long setup times. I'll give it like one more try and then I'll just like explain what happens because like I don't want to take up too much time, but that was ridiculous. So it's supposed to like go up the slope and like be at a part where I can slide down and collide with it while I'm sliding. That's the important part of this glitch, is colliding with a Pokemon or some damage source while you are sliding. That's what's going to cause the glitch. Now, I'd love to show you what happens if we can get some cooperation Our friend Shinx here. Maybe we should get the 71,000. Maybe that's what Shinx wants.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I'm right.
Let's get to
Aggro!
that 71,000.
Thank you. Staying in front of your face for 5 seconds. You thought you'd see me by now.
We can do that, right, chat?
I bet, surely. All right, perfect spot. All right, perfect. There we go, finally. All right, so we're going really fast. Something about the way you collide with damage sources and sliding just gives you this super speed state. And it is affected by stamina. I'm out of stamina, so I'm running normally. But as soon as I'm back to regular stamina, we're good to go. And we can obviously fly up ledges with this in places we're not able to just go up. But there are some caveats to this. One, if you fly off a ledge and land, it's over. The glitch is gone. And I no longer have the glitch. If you throw a Pokeball weird, you lose the glitch. It'll make you fall off like an invisible ledge or whatever. And it becomes immediately outclassed by Weird Ear. So once again, almost helpful, but not quite. And I guess to end this off, we'll do a visual glitch, just to send us off into Kingdom Hearts. Unless there's anything else I was supposed to do, I can't remember honestly. I don't think we had any other incentives.
I don't think we did.
Yeah, I know Kingdom Hearts is probably a lot of people were looking forward to seeing here. Oh, I turned it off. Oops. Right.
That might help.
Yeah. Yeah, let's activate the Nintendo Switch console. I heard it connect. All right. Oh, that's not going to work. Which one of the... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one of you has a file that I can go to Alabaster Icelands in? I think this one does. Yeah, sorry. Like I had to switch between my 2 switches because one of them has custom firmware that lets me like reload saves, and I had to reload the Arceus plus Volo save for the exhibition. Then it also was just convenient to get the other save set up on there. Okay, so this file is in Cobalt. That's fine. We just have to leave. I think this is the file I was messing around on before the run started today. So I was just running around catching things and... Alright. So yeah, this final glitch, like I just mentioned, will take us to Alabaster Icelands. There's a very interesting visual glitch that can occur when you enter in and out of certain loading planes, I guess. I have no explanation for why this happens. But I guess on our way out, if you have any donations or any messages to read, now's a great time to read those.
I would just like to remind everyone that you are watching RPG Limit Break 2023, coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses. And NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. All of your generous donations are going towards NAMI. $70,844 so far, but please, please, please keep them coming in. We've got one more fantastic final run, Kingdom Hearts 3, coming up very shortly. So please, if you can, every little helps. Thank you.
I hope it's the right spot.
Yeah, I don't think chat can get us to 71,000. Chat, prove me wrong.
I think it's the right spot. Oh no, I think it's these guys. Yeah, no, I was in the wrong spot. Oops. Could also have done this. So for some reason, if you just run around this tree over and over again, the hoods on these Pro Clan members will begin to grow very quickly. You won't be able to see it at first, but it'll become pretty obvious soon. Hopefully, unless they're making liars out of me. Oh, I think I need to circle Arita. Surely that'll work. I think this is right. Oh yeah, there they go. There's one of them on the right. Her hood on her back is like just getting larger, and it's not gonna get any smaller. I'll tell you what. Try to see if I can get this other guy to participate. That'd be cool. Oh, his hood's getting bigger too. It's a lot slower. and then slowly it's gonna envelop the sky. Yeah, there they go. I found my rhythm now. So I don't know what I'm loading and unloading, but they're about to take flight. And it's just, Razor, do you have anything to plug? Like, what are you doing on your stream? As we're, just...
So whenever I do stream, it's usually Let's Go runs. I've also been doing some Nuzlocks of some, well, Renegade Platinum.
And next we have Kingdom Hearts 3, right?
Yes, we do.
With the blindfolded Xehanort fight incentive.
By our very good friend Etchy. So make sure you...
Etchy. Yo, Etchy's actually like super good at Let's Go as well. So if you like Pokemon runs, you should follow Etchy.
Do follow Etchy. Etchy's amazing.
Be sure to follow me, twitch.tv/halqery. I played this game and mostly this game.
And then I'm on twitch.tv/RazorzEd7.
And I'm currently chasing sub 8 and catch 'em all in this game. Because I'm running out of things to... Oh, boy. Huh. That was weird. Oh, wait. This person's little obstruction is still here. Good Lord, it won't go away. Is it gone now? There we go. Okay. And you look away and then it's gone. But yeah, that's the glitch exhibition. This game doesn't have that many glitches, but I think the ones that it does have are very, very cool. And I hope you guys enjoyed the Arceus run and all the incentives that came with it. And thank you guys for having me. Thanks RPG Limit Break. And enjoy Kingdom Hearts.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for halqery and Razor Edge 7. That was absolutely fantastic. Brilliant run. Really, really appreciated. Stay tuned. Our next one coming up is going to be Kingdom Hearts 3. Before that, we have one more donation for you. For now, we have Gizmolo with $100. Thanks, RPG Limit Break runners and staff, for all you do. More awareness on mental health is so important these days. Glad I can be a part of something so special. Well, thank you very much indeed for that generous donation. Again, it is a pleasure, an honor and a privilege to be part of something so special. However, that is my time finished now. I will be handing over to Bob the Ninja Goldfish, who will be taking over for your hosting for the last run here, Kingdom Hearts 3 by Etchy. So, thank you very much again for everyone for your generous donations, and cheerio for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and all those beyond that spectrum, my name is Bob the Ninja Goldfish, taking over the mic here from Tiny Tim 78, who did the best job on that last run of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Let's hear some appreciation for Tim both here and in the chat. Now, while we are setting up for the final run of the marathon, there's plenty of tasty stuff to come, including an excellent interview that we're throwing to right now, being hosted by my dear friend Ghoul02 and Rob, the representative of NAMI here in Utah. Rob, Ghoul, take it away.
Thanks, Bob. So I'm here with Rob from NAMI, and wow, what an event so far it's been, of course.
Absolutely.
So we always, we've done this every year since, I believe, all the way back in 2015. Oh my goodness, I'm getting old. And every single year we supported NAMI, and the reason why is because it's such a great charity, and you do so much good work. Do you want to go and share some of what you've done with the over almost $1 million we've raised for charity over the last almost 10 years now?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that we talked about this at the kickoff is the support that NAMI is able to provide in terms of that peer-led support line. A lot of times when we're experiencing a mental health condition, we don't know where to turn. We call a doctor's office, and they may or may not be the nicest folks when I initially talk to them. But you always know that you have someone who is understanding, who's kind of been through some things, and and that's kind of the focus this year is that helpline, and it really is a unique resource across the country. Many NAMIs around the country, including ours, run their own support lines as well. So, it really, really helps to provide that support. It's all free of charge to folks who call. And as we spoke about before, you can call, text, or chat to get support on that helpline.
Wow, and this is pretty much any time of day, correct?
Well, so the national 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
But that's a pretty good.
That's a pretty good window, yeah.
Pretty good span as you go through, and then there are other crisis resources that you could access.
Right, and it's one of those things where we were talking about this in the lobby earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't realize way back in 2015 when I was first doing this would become a personal cause for me. Like I knew it was an important cause. Yeah. It was a cause that I knew everybody that I talked to was extremely passionate about. And I'll be frank, I didn't quite get it. And that's not in a bad way. It was just like, I know this is important to people, and that's great. Mm-hmm. It didn't affect me personally at the time. And then over the last couple of years, my older sister has been diagnosed with PTSD, and my little sister has very, very severe anxiety issues. And we were talking about how one of the beautiful things about NAMI is you're helping someone that didn't know they were going to need help at the first time, and you may be helping yourself in the future and not really knowing that. And I think that's a really beautiful thing that we're able to help with.
And that brings up the point about knowing what to look for. And it's things as simple as I'm feeling differently than I used to be. I'm much more emotional. I'm much more anxious. I don't like to do the things I used to do. I don't like the people that I used to like, those kinds of things. And, the NAMI.org website is a great resource to go see what are the warning signs? What can we look for, both in ourselves and in the folks that we care about? And I would also say that if you are noticing those things in folks that you care about, reach out and just ask them how they're doing, or say, hey, let's go hang out a little bit, or whatever, because we always talk about, hey, there's help, and you shouldn't feel alone, and you can reach out. But I know personally, when I don't feel good, it's hard for me to reach out, and I really appreciate when people come to me and say, hey, how's it going?
Yeah, of course. And it's always good to be that friend as well that, everybody kind of depends on as well, of course. So that makes a lot of sense.
One thing I want to say about that, you don't have to solve the person's problem. Just reach out and talk to them. That's really what we need in those times.
Yeah, just being someone that's there for you in difficult times is definitely important.
Yep.
So, and then we also talk, of course, about even just, communities. We've had 150 attendees here and over 100 volunteers.
Yeah.
And you mentioned how that can also help you with issues as well, correct?
Yeah, and it's one of the things that's been so cool. I've been so fortunate to be able to participate in this event for the last number of years. And it's just that real sense of community. It's so cool, and it's so, it's so welcoming, and it makes a difference. I know over the last years, it's been harder for us to maintain our communities in certain situations. We've had to really reach out and really, make sure that we stay connected to folks. And it is important when we feel alone. That's one of the hardest times.
Right.
And if you notice someone who's kind of backing away, just reach out. Hey, you want to come do something or whatever. So.
And that's one of the reasons why 2020 and especially later has been just so difficult for so many people mental health wise. Is it's so much harder to maintain those connections with people.
And I'm encouraged because, we're having an in-person event here, and, we're kind of emerging out of that. And we've learned some things, and yet we're also being able to reestablish some of those communities.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So as we do head into our final donation push for the marathon, we've got an incredible Kingdom Hearts 3 run coming up with some fantastic incentives, not all of which are on the tracker, by the way. Don't think once we hit that one, we're going to be done. There's going to be some blindfolds and some very, very unique boss fights handled. That shouldn't be the only reason or that should be enough, but that's not always why enough. So we've got, for this block, we've got our giant Spheel plush over here. There we go, waiting on it to acknowledge me. So this is a $50 minimum donation bid, or $50 minimum donation during the last couple of runs. So we also, of course, have our lovely Steam Deck. This is $100 cumulative over the course of the event. I've seen so many of these in the practice room. I am extremely jealous of anybody that has one. These are like the best tablet you could possibly imagine if you're a gamer, for lack of a better term.
Yep.
We have, of course, some of our lovely pros donated by Red Silvers. And of course, this was not showing in the tracker earlier, but we do have 2 of these lovely Lapras can pool floaties, which are super adorable. This one is not inflated, of course, because I don't want to do that for whoever wins that eventually. But we have also some other incredible prizes. We've got some patches. We've got an Octopath Traveler 2 Steam Key. So many great reasons to donate beyond just that good old feeling of supporting an incredible cause. Rob, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've got to throw it back to my good friend Bob so we can get going with our final run at the marathon.
Thanks, buddy. So yeah, as Ghoul alluded to there, while we may be sitting at $852.26 out of $2,500 for the blindfold young Xenohort fight, there is way more hiding behind that is just waiting to be unlocked. I also believe I owe our very own Safety Seal an apology, because I was unaware he would be involved in the interview. So while we are getting final setup done here for the Kingdom Hearts 3 run, I want to say a big thanks to Bobolio, who donated $100 with no donation message. Now, it's been a whole week of awesome speed running. It's been an awesome week of interviews, of being on site with friends, of being in chat with friends, being able to be around so many volunteers. I would love to see you guys donate and let me know some of your favorite moments from the week. Moments you're going to go back and watch on our VODs on YouTube. I would love to just hear from you all. I will, however, say that the next run that we unlock, if we meet the Xenomorph effect, may or may not have something to do with something called pro codes. Don't forget, when we are done with Kingdom Hearts 3 and all of these ends, we will have our finale where you'll hear from the staff and our various attendees, as we always do every year. So you can also stay tuned for that. We are moments away from the Kingdom Hearts 3 run, so bear with me.